Oh. For science. For lay Reddit. For lay Reddit. Oh my god. Just getting up for work here in Northern California. Where's everyone from? Pennsylvania, baby. What's good? How many takes do you sometimes do for a video? Oh, probably like 150, honestly. It's not too bad because you just, you're just like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. It's mainly because it's hard to lock in when I just want to talk to chat. I just want to chitty chat, you know? Schnitty schnat. You're so over the moon right now, I swear I'm suffocating. You're so happy. Huge news. This better be the sickest news ever. This better be the sickest news ever that I literally get sick via the screen. Did you know rocks are soft until you touch them? Really? Really? Alright, I'm gonna take a picture of chat. Do you guys want to say cheese in the chat? Say cheese, say cheese. Start spamming cheese. Give me your best cheese impression. Your best begging mouse. 3, 2, 1. There it is, it's going up. You just got accepted in your dream flight school. Oh, that's dope. Alright guys, this is going up on Instagram at letsread.official. There it goes. Hey guys, I'm so stressed, please hug me. What happened? String cheese, damn it. What's up, Claire? Let's Read isn't real, he's just a government psyop. This is true. I was sent by Israel to, what did they send me here for? I forgot. I don't know. Basically to convince you that sending them all your money is, like, pretty cool. And that you should never ask a single question. And if you do, you're a racist. Or some other, whatever word makes you feel bad. Think of it in your head. That's you. When you question me. Finally figured out why BGM sounds very familiar. Check out the song See You Again. They use the same 174 4x4 beat, make you like it too. Yeah, that's, I assume it's within the realm of, what's it called? Drum and bass. Is that like what the BPM 4x4 beat is with drum and bass? You're a spacist. Pre-nursing classes stressed me and I'm questioning my career decisions. Well, it's tough, man. Just try your best, you know what I mean? And then whenever things are confusing, just keep trying. You can confirm Let's Read is not artificial intelligence. He's artificial stupidity, am I right, guys? Am I right? Am I freaking right about this one? Lads? Oh, hey, lads? I think he's right about this one. It's EDM, drum, and bass. Oh, okay, perfect, yeah. I don't know. I just love that shit. Especially, like, it's just, like, this mix of, like, it's fast, but then it's, like, chill, you know? To me, I love that. I'm going quick, I'm going slow. Quick in the body, slow in the head. It's like, no matter how much anxiety you're under, you got it completely under control inside. What am I going to be for Halloween? I was just going to walk around naked. I'm going to be the invisible clothes guy. The black and pink cult story in your last video was wild. That was pretty insane. Stories like that, kind of just like, what's going on here? Greased up deaf guy, yeah. It's gonna grease me up. Grease me up, daddy. Whoa, what's that? That better not be a soda that I'm opening. But it is, but it is. What are you gonna do about it? Your narration is fucking great. Listen at bedtime and throughout the day. Thank you, Jesse. Love you, bro. Detroiters. Today I got sunburn on your balls. Nice, man. That's like where Liver King said is the best possible spot to get sunburnt. My birthday was money. It was good, but I didn't see a gift from you. Is it on the way? Or it should be. It should be in the mail. It's big old fart in a jar for you. Just kidding. Happy birthday, though. Did you have fun? Did you do anything cool? Are there any Danes in here? Any Danes? Alas, thee Dane. The random burps during your podcast make me laugh. It's pretty good. I don't know where they come from. Must be sponsored by Dr. P. Diet Dr. Penis. Sun bleaching the starfish. His chocolate starfish. Trying to turn it into a white chocolate starfish. Or a red one. Do I get sunburned? No, I don't go outside. Stay indoors. You don't have to worry about none of that. Something to look forward to. Netflix Monsters. Ed Gein story. The dude who made human skin mask and stuff. Why is that something I should look forward to? What you should really look forward to is the next Ed Gein himself. What are these beats? I will link them right now in the chat. It's called Relic Liquid D&B Jungle Mix. But yeah, we got we'll let people scroll in here for a little bit, and then we'll go read some deep woods stories. I am a vampire, but I don't just suck blood. Any advice for people who just got laid off? I lost my job as web dev 2 weeks ago. Have 6 weeks of pay, but clock is ticking. Let's read yours. So cool. All right, let's dig in. Let's dig in. We're gonna figure this out for you right now. This is what I like. Chaos management. Me, I normally would freak out, but this is what the internet says. List your fixed and flexible expenses. Cut anything that's not essential right now. Subscriptions, eating out, non-urgent purchases. Stretch your severance. Treat that 6 weeks of pay like 8 to 10 weeks by tightening your burn rate immediately. Emergency cash if you have savings. I'm going to turn this down slightly so you can hear this important message from the internet. If you have savings, decide how much you're comfortable dipping into and set a hard cap. Unemployment benefits apply ASAP. Sometimes there's a waiting period before payments kick in. Yeah, so maybe that's probably the most important thing from that part. Get your professional story straight. Resume, portfolio refresh. Update projects. Highlight recent work. If you have GitHub repos, personal websites, or case studies, become a stripper. A clear, concise headline like web developer open to work helps recruiters find you. Layoff framing. Keep it professional. My previous company had a round of layoffs. I'm now excited to bring my skills to new opportunities. Job hunting strategy. Low-hanging fruit first. Apply to roles where you're a direct match. Start with companies actively hiring. LinkedIn, Indeed, Well-Found, We Work Remotely, etc. Leverage your network. Reach out to past coworkers, clients, even friends. Most tech jobs come from referrals. Recruiters. Connect with tech recruiters. Many have access to positions that never get posted publicly. Check platforms like Upwork, Toptal, Fiverr Pro. Whoa, Fiverr Pro. Wart. Or reach out to agencies. Even small projects can bridge income while you job hunt. Skill sharpening, visibility. Take 1 to 2 weeks to brush up on high demand skills. React, Next.js, TypeScript, AI integrations. Post small dev project tutorials or code snippets online. Visibility can draw recruiters. Certifications optional only if you directly help. AWS, Google Cloud. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good plan. 9 to 1 applications, networking, 2 to 4 learning, building, evenings for health and rest. Yeah, so almost like treat your getting a job again as like a job. Sell your underwear on Craigslist. This, I can attest to, is probably the most lucrative option. Strauss Outdoors, thank you for the 5 gifters. To Tiffany, A, Holly, Cran Fan, TR Day, and Jackson160. Thank you, Strauss. Good to see you. You guys now have access to bonus contents. When do we do movie theaters theme? I think that's kind of recent, actually. I like vaguely recall the thumbnail for it, honestly. If you type it into the little magnifying glass search bar. I'm going to link it in the chat. It's actually from 2 months ago. Copy link address. Boom. There it is for you if you want it. Blowgurt. What's Blowgurt? Is that that's the new job opportunity you have for me? You can be your Blowgurt. Clown theme. I know, I missed the clown theme, honestly. I remember that. Remember when everybody was having those scary clown stories? Oh, wait, no, I didn't. Hold on, let me type clown. Oh my god. Wait. Oh, there it is. Literally 8 years ago, guys. 8 years ago, I did a creepy clown stories. Nobody gave a shit. Okayasu, Nija more. Eat anything good this week? Today I had some really good... the hell is it? It was like a really good burger that had like buffalo chicken dip on the burger, which was nuts. Bomba clot. Hi guys, what's up, Nimmy? You done? I think I applied to 100 jobs already. Okay, yeah. Well, definitely. Did you do the unemployment thing so you can at least have that available till you find a job? You just have to show them that you're like actively searching and stuff. Get some food stamps, man. Listening while working is such a lifesaver. Thank you, friend. So are you, honestly. You guys are all saving my existence. Sell your soul to an oil rig. That's true. That's where it all starts. It seems kind of chill. When you finish reading, do you say, "Let's read"? I have yeah, we'll say it at the end now. When I finish. And remember, let's read. But yeah, how you guys doing? Everyone, if you have any food right now, what would you teleport you to? Bomba on the clot. She bumba on my clot till... Wait, what would it be? She bumba on me till I clot. Should we just get to it? I think we should just read some stories, huh? Stop yapping. Yapping and crapping. Guys, thanks for being here. Click share. Click like. Click the button. Do anything. Also, thank you to everybody who's subscribed to Saturn Soul. I'm gonna pin that, actually. Saturn Soul is my true crime channel. And guys, guess what? Wanna hear some crazy, cool stuff? The newest Saturn Soul video has almost 100,000 views. That's crazy. All the other ones are like 10,000-ish. So the fact that that one got to 100,000 means that something happened. I don't know what. But it's pretty freaking sweet. Boink. Let me pin it. Get pinned. Get pinned, villain. Is it read, then, or read, present tense? I don't even know, dude. How am I supposed to know a question like that? It's whatever you want it to be. Just watch all the ads, click all the ads. Just kidding. You did the little hype thing you mentioned. Dude, I guess it works. I don't quite understand. You have to... What is the hype thing? It's like a new thing? because it like doing whatever it was, it ended up getting the channel there like 700 subscribers in like a day, which was more than my normal channel. Good riddance to Jimmy Kimmel. What happened? Jimothy Kimmel shot in the neck at a... What the fuck? Let's see. Jimmy Kimmel was planning to address his Charlie Kirk remarks on tonight's NBC. Elected to hit... What happened? Did he get... ABC pulls Jimmy Kimmel live off air indefinitely over Charlie Kirk. Oh, wow. Okay, so my joke was slightly related. Damn, dude. Honestly, guys, I really don't think it's intelligent as, like, a late-night host making quite a few dollars to, like, celebrate the death of anyone. Seriously. Not great. Not smart, guys. Not smart. Maybe if you're just, like, a dipshit on TikTok, like, people can get away with it, but... And not that it's good. I don't want people to celebrate it at all, because I'd rather not go through Civil War II, Electric Boogaloo. Yes, been hyping up my other small YouTubers. Okay, yeah, I wonder how that works. Like, let's not do politics in here unless... Yeah, no, it's fair. It's fair. We talked about this way too much, and I really don't want to, like, ruin the mood or anything. So, I mean, obviously I don't mind talking about anything. You just have to... You guys got to reel me in if I start going too far one direction or another. If I start slamming my fist on the desk. Start barking. To step in. Hey, there's Jade. What's up, Jade? Yeah. We're living with the Manson family. The Electric Jogaloo. The FCC pressured Nexstar to pull him off the air. This is an instance of the government interfering with free speech. Yeah, I mean, the FCC, that's like a governing regulating body, which pressured Nexstar. Who's them? Is that... I mean, I guess I wonder what the hell he said. You know what I mean? That was very interesting developments in your romantic life lately. That's good. I know you had some positive news last time. I usually tell people I won't say anything for political leanings. It's fine, dude. You don't have to have an opinion. Honestly, opinions, like, really, like, everybody has so many opinions, but they don't matter, like, at all. You just sit there and, like, think things out loud, and who cares? Who gives a shit what anybody thinks? Why a comedy show has to get into politics? They should stick to food and jokes. Well, it's weird because it's like, obviously, The Daily Show. Remember The Daily Show with Jon Stewart? That was obviously a political comedic show that, like, did it well. But now nobody has any, like, nuance or intelligence in these late night talk shows. It's always just, like, very blatant, like, leanings. And just not very intelligent jokes or whatever. Like, there's just nothing. There's no professionality to it. There's no funny. It's just, like, very vitriolic and negative. And it's like, I mean, I guess if that's your type of humor, is just kind of like very brash, not well thought out stuff, that's fine. I understand that. But yeah, opinions are like buttholes. Everyone has one. True. What about Conan? I don't know. I used to be a huge fan of Conan. I haven't really watched him in a long time. I did see him go to a sauna, like a Korean sauna, with like this one, I think, Korean actor. He's like the voice actor on Invincible. And he's, he was in The Walking Dead, and he was in that movie with the UFO thing from Jordan Peele. Steven Yeun. Yeah, he rocks. I love Steven Yeun. I forgot his name. Sorry. It was Nick Fuentes. Yeah, he Can you imagine? Conan O'Brien goes to a sauna with Nick Fuentes. Or are you dating Nick Fuentes, Jade? What's the deal? No, but yeah, like Steven Yeun's really cool, and they went to that, and it was really funny. So I enjoy that about Conan. He just has a good time, and I think that's how a late night talk show is. It's how it always has been, and probably always. Well, who knows? Who knows how things will progress here? You ever watch Anger Management TV show with Charlie Sheen? I'm bench watching that. Joke should be like that. I haven't really seen it. I remember Anger Management with Adam Sandler and What's his name? He talks like this. But that was a really good movie. Remember the Goose Faba? You watch some Tubi, and they have great movies. We got Tubi, Fubi, Schnoobi, Luba Dooby Gooby, Luba Dooby Slooby. Alright, guys, I can't see anything. My screen is so bright. Excuse you. Check out the new Alien Earth show, pretty decent. I heard it was good, honestly. I might watch that at some point. Mike Archangel with the 5 says thoughts on Borderlands and makes a face. Randy Pitchford. Is he the guy who runs the company or whatever? Randy Pitchford. Yeah, I do remember Randy back in the day because I used to see updates with Randy all the time for games. What was the one game? It was like Hell's Highway. Do you guys remember the Hell's Highway game? That was 2000, like, dude. Oh no, dude, that was like 2008. That might have been 2008. And dude, yeah. So, anyways, Randy was, I think, one of the front people for that company, Gearbox or whatever. And I love that game. But though I think what they really would have benefited from for Brothers in Arms, in my opinion, is if they had custom level creators or some type of like challenge system. Because really, if you think about it, the Brothers in Arms games were sick in the fact that it was like a cover system based shooter, but it was also strategic. So if you could clear out all these areas, it was almost like trying to solve a puzzle. It was fun. Now, if they would have just like basically gave that to the community and said have at it, I genuinely do believe that series could probably be like brought back pretty decently, I think. And I don't know, I loved Brothers in Arms. That shit was the shit. But my one friend is playing the hell out of Borderlands 4. He says it's pretty good. So that's cool. But I've heard that Randy Pitchford seems to upset people from time to time. Why is that? Joel, give me dating advice. I thought you said you were having you went on some good stuff or something. What happened? What do you need even advice for? Nick Fuentes is a political commentator. He is, yeah. He's like, he gets banned off everything, so he's on like Rumble. We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA game characters of this kid, murder truckers, anything other than one of them with the... well, let's check in. Well, did we dig into it? All right, we haven't figured out the motive of the shooter, right? Have we figured out the motive? Do we have the motive for the Charlie Kirk shooter? Only up to date info. We don't have to argue, guys. Don't argue in chat. Be nice to each other. We're going to look up because I feel like we get conflicting information. What's up, Nasty Nate? What's up, Shannon? All right, authorities believe the suspect, Tyler Robertson, 22, was motivated by his political beliefs. He reportedly held left-leaning leftist ideology in contrast to Kirk's conservative positions. That was reported from the Washington Post September 14th, so 3 days ago. Enough of his hatred, quote-unquote. Text messages recovered show Robinson said something like, quote, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. This appears to be his explanation according to what he told his roommate for carrying out the shooting. Related to trans LGBT issues and anti-trans rhetoric, prosecutors say one of the motivations was Kirk's rhetoric around transgender people. Robinson was reportedly increasingly concerned about gay and trans rights, meaning it seems he was disturbed or angered by what he saw as hateful or intolerant remarks made by Kirk towards trans individuals. Engraved messages on the bullet casings. Some ammunition or bullet casings allegedly had engravings with anti-fascist phrases, meme references, etc. These suggested ideological symbolism was involved. Planning in advance. The texts indicate that Robinson planned the shooting for just over a week. There was also a note threatening Kirk and a confession in text form to his partner/roommate. Chat, is this real? I think we should all argue and fight in the chat. I think what Joel's trying to say is we should all have a big mud puddle. We jump in and go freaking nuts in there. Random T-Mall says, nope, radical rightist. No. I mean, yeah, lead me, or, tell me what to type into Google to find that perspective, because I'm not trying to give you guys wrong info or anything like that. I just, I'm like, well, the FBI HQ is in Pittsburgh, was rammed by a car. Seems we are in a dark era. FBI HQ in Pittsburgh, rammed by a car. Why would that indicate a dark time, even though it's not good? I mean, a lot of bad stuff happens every day. Sometimes it's just what you like, what's kind of like shoved in your face, you know what I mean? My uncle gave me a whole wardrobe of button-ups. That's cool. Hey, Pats Nation, how we doing, brother? You're slathered and ready. There you go. Hey, this is the old game, but look up The Suffering. Oh, I played that. Yeah, that was a good... I actually had some gameplay of that. Oh, Jade, don't say anything bad, please. Suffering, it's about a guy in prison island, nihilist, like paranormal and all the experience. Yeah, that game was sick. Do you think that people might be afraid to speak up similar to how Kirk used to? I definitely think it would play into it. I hope that people aren't. I hope they still speak their... no matter what side. And that's the thing, too, is you have to think, like, why is there sides, like left, right? It's kind of crazy. But I really do people that just, speak your mind, be open-minded, talk, like, don't escalate things. Yeah, I mean, bad is bad, good is good. End of the day, right? Thoughts on death penalty for Robinson? You don't have to answer this. I don't know. I mean, once again, I don't know what the standards are for the death penalty. I know sometimes it's like you kind of stack on top of each other, right? It's like premeditative, like a premeditative homicide, right? Is that I don't know. Isn't it sometimes just subjective to the state and court and all that kind of stuff? It is in Utah, so it's really hard to say. My opinion on the death penalty in general, I generally think that people should suffer in jail, as opposed to dying. Even though I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, I think people should just suffer in jail, because that's kind of like a shitty thing. You have to just sit and think about what you did forever and be around a bunch of like really bad people. Discovered I've hatched a baby glowfish tetra. Whoa, that's sick. Are those the ones that fight with each other, or are those the beta fish? Do you clean your shoes? I clean them with an old toothbrush, water, and Costco brand ultra clean, free, and clean laundry detergent. Usually if I have to clean my shoes, which is probably not smart, but I just put them through the washing machine and then put them on top of the dehumidifier, and then that usually seems to do the job. It's not like I'm not like a fancy dresser or anything. I don't really give a shit about swag or anything like that. The beta fish are the fighters, but you can put a sorority of females together. Oh, okay, interesting. Is that what they call that, a sorority? Interesting. That's how my boyfriend cleans his shoes. What's wrong with men? I don't know, man. So I guess it's just easy, and it seems to work. It doesn't rip up. Like when you put them in the dryer, that's when you rip up your shoes, but whenever I just put them in the washer and then put them on the dehumidifier, it seems like everything's A-okay. I don't own a cat or a dog. Yeah, I have a cat. His name's Pradeep. He's a sweetheart. He's a black cat. He was very, very tolerant today of my nieces. What's your favorite color? I like green. I always picture Joel like Mr. T. Pity the fool who don't want my button time before I shit. Brian Koberger is suffering in prison, spending 23 hours in a cell every day. Yeah, it's like, I guess you have to ask yourself to what extent a lot of that is just like cruel and unusual, but at the same time, I'm just thinking like, what he did was pretty damn cruel and unusual to those girls. So, I mean, it's kind of like a philosophical question of, what is your perception of justice, I guess. You have a pretty voice, so I assume a pretty appearance. You can dress up how you want. Oh, thank you. I'm going to put on a nice red dress and high heels. I have an orange cat and a calico, wire hair, short hair cat mix. Nice, dude. Cats are so cool. It's so funny, like, how much people love cats, but they literally don't even really do anything that cool. They just kind of sit around and everyone's like, oh my god, look at them. Vast amount of tinfoil hat level conspiracy theories that Instagram gives me, thread suggestions from me, makes me hella concerned about our present and future. Well, it's short form content, so at the end of the day, it's like if you really want to like dig into something, doing that sort of deep research, I guess it's just kind of up to you. It's up to you, I mean. I remember hearing something the other day that like, what if social media in and of itself was like, now that talking about tinfoil hat thoughts, what if social media in and of itself was like specifically made to amplify on purpose this like hyper left-right divide that like leads people to doing some pretty wild shit, right? Because everybody's like algorithms are sort of like preemptively chosen for them, or they cater to like your, preconceived notions. And so it just sort of like sends people further and further apart from each other in those sort of echo chambers, but almost like by design, Or do you think it was just coincidental, maybe? Mia Castillo, thank you for the 5. Joe got that ASMR voice. Thank you. Thank you. Was Charlie Kirk even right-wing? He was pretty moderate. I think I've heard him say some stuff that, definitively would be quite right-wing. I got to be honest, out of all the political people that I had, like, ever passed by, there wasn't even, like, a moment in which Charlie Kirk's face came across my social media outside of just the memes where he's got, like, a big forehead and, like, gums or whatever. So I genuinely never really took the time to like listen to anything he had to say. You know what I mean? I feel like I knew more about like Vosh and Destiny and Hassan and Dave Packman. You know what I mean? I see more of those guys than I would have seen of like Kirk for some reason. And then obviously everybody on the conservative side as well, floating around. I wondered if I shared a story about my life. I mean, I've had like 10,000. I mean, it's not that I watched any of those guys. I'm just saying like those are the ones that pop up. Oh yeah, Fry, you're gonna do some art for Hassan. I'm sure that'll make him happy. You gotta be joking, like moderate, like Mussolini. Mussolini. Yeah, I mean, well, once again, let's be nice to each other. Yeah, I guess he wasn't like, if your perception of like right wing is like you're not banned off of YouTube, then sure, he's moderate by those standards. Like if your definition of conservative is like you're like only allowed to be on podcast and Rumble, then I see where you're coming from. You see the new Anaconda trailer with Jack Black. Oh my God. Is he good in it? I genuinely like, and Jack Black to me is just like, it's always going to be the Minecraft sort of vibes or like Jumanji shit in movies now. So like, if it's not like the best shit I've ever seen with him in an Anaconda movie, then I don't know how excited I can get for that. Bro, was his face photoshopped to be small when he was conceived? Very sad. Unlucky move. Chicken Jackie. Don't forget that Tyler Robinson didn't only ruin his life, but his family. His mom was getting death threats on Facebook. Yeah, I mean, every action you have has that ripple effect for sure. Was Jack Black eaten by the anaconda? I mean, he most likely would be, but then he bursts out of it. Hey, yeah, baby. Or maybe he gets pooped out, and then he's a snake. Excited for the new Zootopia? I don't know, man. I guess so. I can't wait. I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna camp out. I'm gonna get a little camping tent and go camp out. We believe in the official story. I don't know, man. It's up to you. There's a lot of very, very strange things that occurred that day with Charlie Kirk's death, and the question is like, what do you want to? I don't know. What even is belief? You kind of just go along with the ride anyways. Even if you knew all the answers, would it even matter? You would almost like probably be banging your head off of a wall being like, nobody's listening to me. Nobody's listening to me. Anyways. I thought my ex-boyfriend was a great guy. I really did. So much so that I was willing to let him talk me into going deep into the woods hiking with him. I've never been a real outdoorsy girl, much less a go into the middle of nowhere with one other person girl. So yeah, I really trusted and loved this guy. But they say if you really wanted to get to know a partner, go on vacation with them. Well, I'll also add, go on vacation with them into the deep woods. That really shows what kind of person they are, like a complete and utter maniac, for example. We spent a lot of time preparing for the trip. Days of discussing it, planning our route. Maybe I should have seen it as a red flag when maybe I should have seen it as a red flag when my ex. Okay, sorry, I'm just confused there. Bing bong. Planning to get as far into the woods as possible. Yeah, let us know how it goes. You might have some stories when you get back. Bruh. You know, a meme is popular when you see it on like a 4th grader's t-shirt. It just says, bruh. Bruh. Bruh, don't talk to me. I'm eating pizza and playing Minecraft, bruh. Okay. Maybe I should have seen it as a red flag when my ex, we'll call him Aaron, bought all this brand new navigational equipment, including an expensive compass, satellite GPS locator, etc., despite telling me that he'd hiked these woods dozens of times and was a quote-unquote expert on the area. On the drive down, he talked incessantly about how beautiful the area was, how dangerous it could be too. And that's why we were doing a short day hike on the first day, and then spending a day in a nearby motel, having fun in his words, and then on day 3, we'd come back for a 2-night camping trip in the same woods. Aaron was right about one thing. These woods were absolutely stunning. Summer was turning into fall and the colors were breathtaking. I actually dabble with acrylic painting on my spare time, so really all I wished for was that I bought... Really all I wished for. Really weird how there's no riots or burning houses and businesses down. Yeah, let's get them going. Come on, guys. Just kidding. We live in a society. Strass Outdoors. Thank you for the 20. We need more ghost stories. I know, dude. I know. We are so far behind on ghost stories. It's crazy. Thank you so much for the 20, though. Very, very kind of you. Appreciate you. Maybe that'll do it. Maybe that's what'll tip the scales into the paranormal. And Hootie, welcome back for 45 months. Thank you for helping me through my late night shifts, bro. You're welcome, Hootie. Thank you for almost 4 years of support. Appreciate you. What does Pradeep look like for an artist reference? He's black. He has like 7 lucky white hairs on his chest. You can't really see him, though. And then his eyes fluctuate between yellow and green. And he's sort of like a medium-haired cat, not like long or anything. Did I see the new Conjuring? I have not, no. I'm curious, though, very curious. Skinwalkers. Skinwalker. The Conjuring. I dabble with acrylic painting in my spare time, so really all I wish was that I'd bought some... I can't read, dude. I dabble with acrylic painting in my spare time, so really all I wished was that I'd brought some paint and an easel and could set up in the parking lot to paint some of the more beautiful foliage. I said this to Aaron, and he just sorta. No one will get some more fire lookout eventually. Oh, that's a good point. I don't know. I have to look out for it. That's kind of a rare topic, I suppose, but I mean, definitely keep an eye out for it. It's good you guys let me know what topics you're interested in, because then my editors can go through and find where things are hiding. Have you tried Ghost Whey Protein? I have not, no. Are you heading out, Jawad? Take care, dude. Good to see you. Peace and love. What's my opinion on J.K. Rowling? I'm not really a Harry Potter guy. I mean, I guess I like the world or whatever. I like the concept, and I guess she really hit it big. That was like her first book, wasn't it? It was just like, I mean, I guess she did some other ghost writing as well. I don't really, and if you're asking about like her Twitter stuff, I don't really give a shit, you know what I mean? I'm not like, oh my god. Oh my god. I'm not actually sure if J.K. Rowling was actually anti-trans, though. It was more related to, it was something to do, and once again, I'm not like wildly educated on the thing, but it was something to do with like battered woman shelters or something like that J.K. Rowling had started. This is what I heard. You can correct me if I'm wrong. It was something to do with like battered woman shelters, and like she didn't want like didn't want biological men trans. What is it? Male to female. Didn't want male to female within those facilities. Is that? I don't know. I don't know, man. It's not really my forte, I suppose. I'm not here to. Have you ever thought about using the trick of having people comment a certain word so you know who made it to end or who made it to the end or commenting were there? And at what time they're listening tricks the algorithm. What does it do? What tricks the algorithm? Whereas I confident that I'll make it? No, bro. I was not dude, I was at 25,000 subscribers and I was like, I'm cooked. My shit doesn't get any views and I'm cooked. And then I found the True Scary Story stuff with like Mr. Nightmare and transitioned over to that, and things started working out. I mean, I know 25K sounds like a lot of subscribers, but it just like really wasn't, moving. It was just, it took a long time to get to that point though. Are they still making Harry Potter movies? I think they're trying to readapt to like the beginning or something. I think it just invites more comments, which in turn boosts the video. So like, would I say it at the, like, maybe I'll say, and remember, comment this in the chat so I know you made it to the end or something? Would that? Of course, I don't even know. I think the only important stuff that the algorithm really looks at is how many people, based on who is shown your video. So like, say a video gets an impression, like it gets impressed upon somebody, so it shows up in their feed, and if like 18 people out of 100 people click on your video, that's a pretty good, like, what's called like click-through rate, like CTR or whatever, related to basically your thumbnail and your title. So those are really important. Hence why I think the more recent like Saturn Soul video did well, because it was like kind of had a perfect mixture of that, or at least a decent mixture. And then obviously your watch time, like percentage. So if a video is like 15 minutes and they watch like 8 to 10 minutes of that, that's a pretty solid watch time for a video. And so that's kind of like your goal, I think, in most of content creation, is not necessarily trying to get like spammed engagement or comments as much as it is just like, do people click on your shit? Do people watch your shit? You know what I mean? Went from 25K to 1.3 million. Your hard work really, hey, I appreciate it, you know what I mean? But it's like, it's the tough thing about like the quote unquote hard work thing, is that like, I don't know if I would have just like still been sticking with this in 2025 if like the channel was somehow like still stuck at less than 100,000, you know what I mean? Like at that point I would probably have to take my losses and say, let's move on to something else. But thankfully it did work out. Which is better for you, Patreon membership or YouTube membership? Well, the Patreon gets you access to the bonus content audio, but it also gets you access to the early, like the $1 early access to all the new stuff. So I would suggest doing it on the Patreon. YouTube only has the bonus content stuff available, so I wouldn't be able to do like audio early. And then it does I think it actually does let you people look at your video early or something but I just don't even fuck with it because it's like, I don't know. I'm so superstitious when it comes to my YouTube shit. I have to keep everything like autistically like right where it needs to be. Otherwise, I'm afraid demons will come grab my testicles or something, you know. If you read my comment, please comment Manlu to boost my algorithm. Manlu. Yeah, what is Manlu again? You guys were saying that last time. I sucked into your live stream because I watch your channel on your live stream when I was awake. Oh, thank you. For you, though, which one is better for you? I mean, I think Patreon takes less than YouTube. I think YouTube takes like 50% or like a pretty large percentage of membership cuts or whatever. But, you know, YouTube as a whole is like my primary income. Good thing it worked out for you, though, and your talent storytelling. Obviously, the voice helps. Hey, thank you, Dart. I appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, what are your guys' skills? Like, do you guys have skills that maybe you don't even know you have yet? Because I didn't know I was like a reader. Like, I knew I was creative. I knew I was all sorts of shit. But I didn't know I was a fucking narrator. I just tried it and it worked out. I said this to Aaron, and he sort of glared at me and implied that I was afraid to hike through the woods. Now, I thought he was joking, maybe teasing, and even so, my female pride kicked in, and I responded, "Yeah, I'm gonna show you, buddy," and I snatched up my pack and told him to catch me if he could. Now, this was fun for a bit. Leading him through the woods was almost romantic. And then when he caught me, it led to a bit of a make-out session, and then I let him take over the leading. And then he caught me, and it led to a bit of a make-out session, and I let him take over leading the way. And the scenario was kind of beautiful, you know? The day was so perfect that I didn't remotely let it concern me that there had been no trail markers or anything. Aaron knew this place like the back of his hand, after all, so there was nothing to worry about, right? So we took a break for lunch. These pretty much just gas station snacks and all that kind of stuff. And then I took a roll of toilet paper out of my backpack and started to go off into the woods to pee. Aaron looked at me like I was a maniac and asked what I was doing. I explained that I had to go pee, and he acted like it was the grossest thing in the world, peeing outdoors, but also remarked that it was really smart of me to bring toilet paper with us. Isn't that common knowledge? And how did he expect to use the bathroom himself, especially on our later 3-day camping trip? I asked him this, and he just brushed it off like it was some type of joke, but I got the impression that he had... Yeah. He's gonna pee his pants, dude. Just piss yourself. Art, acting, singing, just everything, bro. We got it all here. Do you think nurses have the most horrible stress? COVID was harsh. Nurses are stressed, but I would say, honestly, like, whenever I was working in the healthcare field, I genuinely felt really bad for doctors. I understand some people think doctors can be jerks, and some people, you know, doctors can be bossy or whatever the fuck. But, like, if you think about it, the decisions that fall upon someone's care, it all comes down to the doctors. Like, they have to make the decision, they have to be intelligent, they have to be a leader, they have to be right. They have to be right, you know? You can't just like fuck around and guess, which I'm sure some do and make a mistake. But at the same time, it's just like nurses all have to be really good too and have to recognize patterns, have to communicate those patterns to the doctors because of the hierarchy that's within healthcare. But at the same time, it is the doctors kind of putting their license on the on the line or whatever. Yeah. I can weld arc or acetylene, even though I never do. It's, oh, nice. What was I, a nurse? I was a nurse, yeah. And, at least my experience was pretty much just taking orders. Like, was I good at taking orders and going and doing those orders? I was kind of like a glorified machine operator in like a weird way. I was sort of just like primarily there to just do what I was told and not fuck it up, and then and the nice thing is like a nurse, you get to clock in, clock out, and you just do your dumbass charting or whatever that you hope never comes back to you in court, and just move about your day. Whereas like doctors are like, I remember, coming in to help a doctor like take fluid off of somebody or whatever, like a paracentesis or some shit like that, and it's like he's looking at his watch and he's like, fuck dude, he's like, I was supposed to be home like 4 hours ago. It's like supposed to be like, you know what I mean, like being a doctor just seems like the most miserable fucking job, because you almost, dude, being a doctor, you almost need to get married just so that you can have somebody else like guarantee take care of your shit at home. Because if you were to just be like a single dad, like imagine telling your babysitter or something that you're going to be fucking 6 hours late, or you don't even know. Yeah, and you're in debt like crazy, right? It sucks. I don't know. It's really unfortunate. And you're right, chat, AI is starting to replace doctors in various ways as far as like their thinking patterns. A lot of the doctors, even before AI, would legitimately not just use what they were taught in school. They would like, they would reference like computer software to like go through various diagnostic pathways to determine exactly what most likely would be the scenario or whatever. What am I drinking? I'm just drinking Diet Dr. Piss. My mom's doctor had to take a minute to Google what was wrong with her. I mean, honestly, I'm not even joking. Like, I don't really blame them. I mean, they're just humans. They don't see everything all the time. Like a specialist might, right? But like those general practitioners or whatever, like they're just fucking shitting their pants, They're just trying to do some tests and figure stuff out or whatever. What's up, Kaylee? How you doing? What's poppin'? The helplessness of being able to do nothing to save someone and seeing them go is one of the worst feelings I have ever felt. I could not be a doctor. Yeah, and you can tell like a lot of the doctors' mentalities are very much disassociated from reality sometimes, to the extent that, I don't know, their personalities are, you never know what came first, like their fucked up personality or their traumatic experience. It's whether it was when they were younger or on the job, I have no idea. Sir, you have ligma, you're cooked, twin. Sir, you have to dig in your butt, twin. Women doctors in their mid-30s are the best. Is that the one? They are the chosen few. AI is even replacing women for fool who can't get girlfriends, almost like Blade Runner. We're almost there. We're almost there, everyone. Finally, I can get a girlfriend. My department, I was on call. I was 24/7 for my department every other week. As a staff nurse, I said mix anyone was meeting me at 3 a.m. They were having the worst day of their life. Therapeutic. Yeah. Yep. Shit sucks, man. Healthcare sucks. I mean, it's a good job. And you get used to things. Hence why, like, the specialty wings tend to do a lot better. But I never wanted to work in, like, ED or anything like that in the erectile dysfunction department, because you just get... It's just so much random shit. And you're just always on the go. You never have a time to think. It's like all you really want to do is just like chill with people, and then it's like, hey, you gotta go basically be the Jesus Christ of other human beings for like the next 12 hours. Good luck. Good luck carrying all of their sins. Lost in the Mood, thank you for the gifter to Sadie Clark. Thank you. I'm so introverted I don't even want an AI girlfriend. You get nervous about your AI girlfriend. She's like, why aren't you making money? You should ask for a promotion at work. Can't sue an AI for medical malpractice when your Mima gets prescribed large doses of horse tranquilizers for her sore throat. Who knows, maybe the lawsuit's even bigger because you end up suing like the hospital and the software company that made it. I don't know. Of course, I'm sure there's workarounds. Nutritionist isn't a profession. Is it not? I swear I've heard that somewhere before. Is soap on a rope still a thing? I think that's what they have in jails now, so that if it like slips out of your hands, the rope is attached to your wrist, so it, people don't come searching for that butt. I'm gonna come for that butt. God, can you imagine like the first day of prison? It'd be so cool. It'd be so fun. Just you and a couple of bros. I thought it was a profession. It was more like a side gig. Yeah, I mean like meal. Maybe they were getting the semantics, meaning like nutritionist would mean like meal planner. I don't fucking know. I'd be so cooked in prison. Be slow roasted. No, I'm just kidding. There was something the other day about a group of human AI couples doing a romantic retreat, and like, oh, fine, but I don't know, bro. I don't give a shit. They can just keep inventing new stuff. Doesn't mean we have to care. Check under your balls. Whoa, what's that doing there? It's the key. It's the key to get out of prison. Imagine the long walk, but they put banana peels and oil all over the road. That'd be good. I do need to see that. I heard that's like one of Stephen King's bestest. I dated a single dad not long ago who worked in the ER department crazy hours. Yeah, shit sucks, man. Okay. I asked him this, and he brushed it off like it was a joke, but I got the impression that God damn it, I can't read words. Shit. I asked him this, and he brushed it off like it was a joke, but I got the impression that he hadn't even thought about it. This was a red flag, because surely a guy who'd engaged in all those... Oh my god. This was a red flag, because surely a guy who'd engaged in all this wilderness hiking would know that it was necessary to at least take a piss in the woods. And he was a guy. All he had to do was whip it out and spray. I tried to convince myself that that was it, that maybe he didn't have that much experience with women. We were in our early 20s, and I don't know, maybe he somehow thought that someone with girl parts could just hold it in for that long. God knows why I let it go, though, but I did. And when I returned, Aaron had packed up our things and was pretty raring to go. Based on the time and how long we'd been out, I figured that we would have probably started heading back to the car now. And when I suggested this to Aaron, he then responds, "Yeah, guess we should do that soon. I mean, I was thinking we could start heading back when it got dark, but..." Now, I was baffled. We couldn't be hiking through the deep woods in the pitch darkness even when the X-Files level flashlights X-Files level flashlights. Was the X-Files like epileptic? Am I gonna do Halloween stories? Oh yeah, baby, you just wait. We got some sick ass shit coming this year. Sick shit. Sick pictures of shit. We got over 30 pictures of shit coming to be released on Patreon. The Poop Patreon. Sorry. My gen doctor literally just reads off my health report and tells me that what I already know because I saw the results before she did. Yeah, and it's like we kind of live in that, obviously, the information age. So, like, you know, sometimes you just are smarter than your fucking doctor. It doesn't mean that you have to be, like, have the hubris of thinking that you are. But, you know, don't be surprised whenever you just happen and you're also going to know more about yourself because you have to think to yourself, these guys see, how many patients do they see a day? It could be upwards of 100. I'm just making that up. But it could be a lot. And then they do that week after week after week and they haven't seen you in, what, 7 years? Of course you're going to, like, be super familiar with yourself. And they're just going to come in and be like, "Ah, you're fucking Mr. Dingledoo. Do you still have that thing on your cock?" And you'll be like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Okay, perfect. Have a good one. Here's a lollipop." And you're like, "Why doesn't it have a wrapper on it?" And he's like, "Shut up," and slams the door. And then the Oompa Loompas come in to take you away. Hey, Big Finger Channel. Thank you. Ching. Thank you. Cookie dough to snack on. Bro, there's honestly those giant like cylinder sized cookie dough things. I really do just need to choose a day. That's like just a major cheat meal of just eating. That's all you eat all day, just one big thing of cookie dough. Just sit there with a huge jug of water. I played Until Dawn. I think I tried it. I didn't get very far. Nutritionist is a real profession, but it's usually part of another profession, personal trainer, dietitian. Oh, okay, right. Still can be its own standalone thing, though. It's like minor or major. Right. Also, have you guys played Silk Song? What's it called? Hollow Knight Silk Song? In other news, the local PD announced yesterday that a mountain lion spotted about less than a block from my house yesterday, so that's fun. Oh, you'll be good. They're kind of skittish, I think. Just keep your head on a swivvy. You played New Vegas. Joy, I love you. I've been listening to you for years. I've been listening to you get ready in the mornings, in the shower, to sleep. In my office job, I've been binge listening to your lives at work. Thank you, AS. Good to see you. Thank you so much for listening. Hang out for a while. We're recording some deep lunch stories. Spell it swiv. Keep your head on a That's what the officers say. Hey, just so you know, there's a mountain lion around here. You probably want to keep your head on a swiv. I played it a lot, actually, going my vacation week. Almost did nothing else. Okay, then what did you think of Silk's song? Because, dude, I felt very bored. I'll be honest with you. Like, okay, the first entire section prior to the first boss, the only buttons you have is jump. You can climb, you can hit edges and jump. You can hit upwards, you can hit left and right, and then you can do a diagonal downward attack. But there's just like no, I don't know, there's nothing really to it. It's just sort of explore. It's very slow. Do I hate you? No, why would I hate you? I feel like you guys always think I'm like upset or I'm ignoring you or something. I promise you that's not the case. How was the difficulty for your Silk Song? It didn't feel like difficult because like the combat's not even really that complicated. All you do is just hit over here and you hit over there and you dodge the thing, and you know, there might be, I don't know, it was just like, I'm always expecting these sort of Metroidvanias to like make some big, you know, some big jumps as far as movement goes. There wasn't even like diagonal hitting. It was just like up hitting, side hitting. Like some of the enemies like kind of like rotate around the platforms, so you have to do like cheese moves just to like try and hit. I don't know, it just felt clunky. You heard Death Stranding's a beautiful game worth playing. I heard the second one's really cool. There's been some bangers out. But then after that, my friend bought me this one game called Shinobi. Have you guys played that? Shinobi was crazy. It was like, Shinobi was like you were getting like new moves. There was all these like, you know, movement abilities. There was no backtracking because it's just like a linear game, right? The Shinobi game's fun as heck. I don't know. But like Silk Song, at one point, it's just like needlessly annoying too. Because if you were to just like take, like the only times I died in the game was whenever the inputs, you remember like Charlie's like, it's a misinput. You know, that's what it was. It was like I was trying to hit this character that was rotating around a platform, and it was really awkward to do. And then my character immediately just clambered up the ledge for some reason and then took damage and died. And then another one, it was like this, I was for some reason trying to do the diagonal downward attack on a thing, and then it pressed the B button, I guess, somehow, and like healed himself, and then I died. And it takes you back so far, so needlessly far, to like one of the save points. And I'll be honest with you, Dark Souls games, Call of Duty games, all these games that like set like decades long trends in really all games have absolutely fucking ruined game philosophy as a whole. And the reason that I say that is because they're just like, there's this obsession with things being tedious, being hard for the sake of being hard, while not actually being mechanically challenging as much as it is just fucking annoying as shit. And like that was kind of like the vibe that I got. And at one point when I made it up to this one platform, and it like very clearly seemed like, oh, I should drop down through here, I kept falling for a long way in Silksong, and it took me all the way back through like this huge tunnel system to the beginning of the game, you know, which I had already been going for like a solid hour. And I'm just like, I don't even want to fucking play this game anymore, man. This sucks. And so that's, to me, is the shit that I fucking hate about games, where they do not respect your time. Do I play chess? No, I'd like to learn chess. It'd be sweet. It doesn't respect your time, you know? It just makes you, I don't know. It's like some like little, there's not even like a little elf after I fell down that hole to like giggle and laugh at me. For me to at least understand where the game developers were coming from whenever they did that to me. That it was that it's like, it doesn't even come off like it's supposed to be a game that's supposed to be cheesily hard, you know, but it was just shit like that where I'm like, this is fucking lame. Eat my cabbage, thank you. Welcome to the Butterstock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. You think of the game Superliminal? I think I actually beat Superliminal. I forget which that is. That the one where it's a puzzle game, right? And you have to like see things from different perspectives. But I played it with a friend, but it was one of those ones where they bought it for me and then I played it, and I vaguely recall like the last puzzle was really confusing because it was like a perspective thing. Do you like Resident Evil or Dead Space? Yeah, I beat Dead Space. I beat Resident Evil 4 Remake. I didn't play any of the Silent Hills, so maybe one day I'll play that. No respect for your time. They think this is the only game they... Well, that's what I'm saying. Dude, there's nothing more satisfying in a game than flow state. Like, there's really nothing that you should, as a game developer, ever in your entire existence be thinking about, especially in a single player game, other than your player's flow state. Because at any moment, this fickle-natured Dumbo, such as myself, who's been riddled and brain absolutely rotted to the core by Instagram Reels and all sorts of other short-form content that's made, essentially given me ADHD, I'm going to leave your shit. You know what I mean? So I just think that, not that they should take that always into consideration, but they should try to actually play their shit and be like, is this fun? Is this actually kind of make me want to keep fucking with it? And I'll be honest with you, not really. Especially since, like, I was already well past, like, the first boss, and I didn't even get, like, a new ability for my Silksong character or whatever the fuck. Meanwhile, you play Shinobi, and it's just like, yeah, and it's just all over the fucking place with new shit, and it's really intense. I don't know. Sometimes I just think the simpler the better, really. Why am I always so right? Are you a gamer, Marianka? I wouldn't take you for a gamer. I mean, it depends, I guess. Do you want games you can play forever? But I also appreciate linear fun adventures. I agree, yeah. I do. I mean, and honestly, that's, yeah, like a Minecraft thing where you can play forever is great. Linear adventures are really cool. I even really like the Metroidvania sort of exploration things, but there was nothing... I am your Charlie Kirk. Hey guys, what's up? It's Joel Kirk, Charlie's brother. I don't know. Like, when I played the more recent Animal Well game, I loved Animal Well. Like, it was just like every little like thing that you discovered felt like magic to me. But I just really didn't feel that. I'm Joel Kimmel, Joel Kirk, Jolie Kimmel. They need to look at the actual ADH mechanics and aim for hyperfocus. Once you're in hyperfocus, you more or less lose time completely. That's a good point too, taking in like players' psychology. I mean, I think that's why I love the Vampire Survivors game. You guys played that, I'm sure. But like Vampire Survivors is so nice because you just like, your brain is just, it's literally like you are living inside of a 24/7 slot machine but one that's actually fun, you know. And you just constantly are getting upgrades, you're constantly making choices, you're making combinations. The combat essentially plays itself, but it's like more about the movement and your planning, and the visuals and the sound effects like just sound like, you know, little pieces of gold flowing through, you know, Scrooge McDuck's fucking big pool of gold. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just sometimes like audio cues are just like something that makes you addicted. It's Contra. Yeah, you know, that Vampire Survivors has a whole Contra DLC. You might really like it. It's really good. And I'm not saying, like, in many ways it's kind of sick. It's actually sick and depraved to think that a game developers would have gotten to the point where they figured out that people just want slot machines to be addicted to this, like, sense of constant RNG. Like, we really do get addicted to, like, betting and RNG and all that kind of stuff. But I guess if it works, you know what I mean? Games that make you use your brain and think are OP. I really like puzzle games too, though. I mean, I do, but sometimes that was a thing with Silk Song. It didn't feel like it was like mechanically challenging. It didn't feel like it was trying to make me use my brain. I made it through like 2 sections, and I'm just like, I don't know what it's. I'm like, it felt like annoying and tedious and like slow, you know. So I don't know if at one point, I mean, but then my other friend was like, dude, you need to get to the end, because by the end it's like a completely different game. And I'm like, I don't know. I remember when you play like Mario Galaxy and all of those types of games, it's like you had a new little gimmick to fuck around with almost every level. And to me, that, like, you know, that's kind of the amazing stuff. Don't entirely disagree. I'm a masochist, so I like Souls games and I like Silk Song, but I also like hack and slash and momentum like Sonic. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I don't know. So yeah, and I normally do like all that kind of shit, and I do love Souls games, like stories and their world building and all that kind of stuff. It's just, I don't know. Play an instrument. That's probably way smarter, honestly. I should put my time into that. But I know once I got the dash move around was just better. Okay, see, I don't know why that's not. It's like, if this is a sequel, it's like we've already played the previous shit. Like, why don't we just have that right out the gate? You know what I mean? I was baffled. We couldn't be hiking through the deep woods in the pitch darkness, even with those X-Files level flashlights that we brought with us just in case. In that case, we might as well have planned to camp out overnight. I told him this, and he got very huffy and puffy and moody and said, fine, we just head back, and then started storming off completely in the wrong direction. Now, I'm not some expert navigator, but even I could tell that we were heading deeper into the forest. Now, I quietly suggested this a couple of times, and each time he got more and more angry, to the point that I started to genuinely feel a little unsafe around him. It was a side of him that I'd never seen before. I tried to chalk it up to maybe heat stroke or allergies or I don't know what. I kept asking him if he needed some water because I could tell that he was getting overheated. Eventually, he just snatched the bottle from me and took this huge gulp, allowing a bunch of water to spill all over the ground. And again, hardly something that a seasoned survivalist would probably do. And eventually I had had enough. It was almost 3 p.m. and we were clearly heading even further from the car. I stopped and kinda did that hands on my hips angry girl pose, saying, bro, admit it, we're lost. Now, I said this. Dragon Age the Veilguard, a chance. I thought everybody really didn't like Veilguard because of the story was cringe or whatever. My daughter's going hiking by herself for 7 days, no Wi-Fi, camping along the way alone. I'm freaking, where's she going? Has she just always been like that? Just likes to venture off? Go birds, question mark? Go giraffes? 2? Go bugs? How come there's no bug NFL team? The Bugs. The New Jersey Bugs. Oh, the Bucks. Wait, what? No, I was asking where's she going. Well, I guess, yeah. I don't know. Just out of curiosity, if there's any areas that are more safe than others, I suppose. I played flute when I was younger. My music teacher pissed me off. When she retired, she moved and eventually died in her house. Wait, what? I played flute when I was younger and my teacher pissed me off. She retired and moved and eventually died in her house, and no one found it for 2.5 years? 2.5 years? Jesus. That's when your neighbors just really don't give a fuck about you. The New York roaches. Hell yeah. Joel, guess what? What's up, dude? What's my favorite holiday food? Stuffing. Absolute stuff. Tell us about the sock. The New York socks. The Red Sox. Nobody ever asks about my red sock. Would you rather camp in the Sahara or an Alaskan mountain? Probably the Alaskan mountain. I feel like I could probably survive there a little better than the disgusting heat. The pink socks. Hey yo, it's the Boston Pink Sox. Why is it hurt back there? What's my favorite planet? I like Earth. Earth's pretty cool. Unfortunately, it's the only one I've ever been to, so it's, I'm a little biased. I was born here. Bro, admit it. We're lost, I said. Not sure that I called him bro, but I had an affectionate pet name for him, but it's really icky to think about now. And he insisted that we were not lost, and hadn't I been listening to a word he said? Now, he was a seasoned deep woods hiker, and of course he knew the sun would be setting soon, and we were nearly back. And he was a seasoned deep woods hiker, and of course he knew the sun would be setting soon. We were nearly back to the lot. Whoops. And he was a seasoned hiker, and of course he knew that the sun would be setting soon. We were nearly back to the parking lot. I asked him to look at the GPS tracker that we'd spent so much on, so he just grumbles and says fine, and then takes the box out of his backpack. The sealed box. He hadn't even set it up or charged it or anything. He just brought the damn GPS tracker and somehow expected it to just work. And when I pointed this out, he almost threw the damn thing in a rage. I had to grab his arm and stop him from hurling it into the woods. Jesus. And I realized that maybe Aaron had a temper on him that I'd never seen before. I was out here in the absolute middle of nowhere with this guy, and he was quickly revealing himself not to be the guy that I thought he was. And very calmly and quietly, I suggested that maybe we check out the map and try and work out our location and piece things together using land. Do I know Spanish? ¿Cómo se llama? You're trying so hard to convince us you're... Guys, I'm human. I am human, I promise. I know what pink socks are. When you wash the white Red Sox and the White Sox together. Very calmly and quietly, I suggested that maybe we check the map out and try to work out our location and piece things together using landmarks and the compass. I really wasn't being accusatory or belittling at all. But of course, little did I know just how much this was all insulting his pride, so I did not expect him to react the way in which he did. Aaron began screaming at me, calling me terrible things, all types of derogatory insults about how stupid and demanding and ridiculous I was being. And then finally he ended the rant by calling me an ungrateful C-word, which, wow, I've never been called that by someone who wasn't some catcaller or a stranger in my life. And even then I was prepared to forgive him if he immediately apologized. But no, he said if I knew best, that it would be better for me to find my own way back, and he'd wait for me in the car. Because obviously in his mind there was no chance that I'd get back before him. And then he storms off into the forest, in clearly the wrong direction, while screaming one final F you over his shoulder to me. Up until that point, I'd still been considering reminding him that I had the keys to the car. But at that point, I said nah, screw him. I took a few minutes to gather myself, had a little bit of a cry and ate a granola bar, and then I put myself together and headed in the direction that I was certain that we'd come from. I walked for about half an hour, regarding. Cindy, hey Joel, hope you're having a good week. Love the last episode of Saturn. Thank you, Cindy. Yeah, things hopefully are just going to keep getting better and better. Appreciate you very much for saying that. It's very kind. To Aries, El Major YouTuber. Did the knights wear socks? That's a good question. Did socks exist back then? Maybe they wore like construction paper. Does YouTube tell you when in a video you get a like or a subscribe, like timestamps or topics? I think there's like, I don't know if it tells you timestamps for when someone subscribes, but it does tell you how many subscribers you've gotten from a particular video. I'm not sure if you can sort that by further like analytics or anything like that. They even had odd knitting tools for socks and gloves. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I feel like under all that armor you'd need some degree of like padding between you, but holy shit. Can you imagine how hot you would be? If you're out there as like a knight. Can't even move around in general. Dude, how were knights even like intimidating? I genuinely feel like most of the knights that existed probably like just eventually lost their balance, and then everyone just like jumps on top of him and rips his helmet off and stabs him in the face. Oh God! Oh my God! Okay. Imagine if your nuts got caught between the gaps mid-fight. More common than you think. More common than you think. I walked for about half an hour, recognizing landmarks and even a twig that I'd snapped from earlier. I felt like I was doing pretty well, feeling confident and almost smug about the situation. And then I heard the sound of branches cracking somewhere behind me, and a voice. A high, mocking redneck voice, like the kind of cliche backwoods killer that you hear in some crappy horror movie. "You done effed up, girlie. You done come into our part of the woods." Something like that anyway. And I didn't even wait. I just began to run. Now stupidly my first thought was that I'd hoped Aaron was safe and that whoever this was hadn't got to him first. I had to be careful though, not to head off the beaten track and still make sure that I was going in the right direction. Now I could hear this unseen hillbilly pursuing me. He was running, somewhere behind me and up the hill among the trees. Occasionally he'd hoot out some kind of threat like, "I'm gonna skin your pretty little butt," or "that chest is looking real good mounted on a cabin wall." Psychotic things like that. And what followed was a chase worthy of a movie, or so it felt to me at the time. I was darting this way and that way through the trees, occasionally hearing this pursuer. Now in my head, I was picturing him as some kind of mix between Jason Voorhees and The Undertaker from WWE, even though he had a kind of high-pitched nasally voice, more like that one guy from Texas Chainsaw Massacre. a movie that I'd actually watched with Aaron just a week or so before this, stupidly. Now I found a hollowed-out tree stump and ducked into it, deciding to listen for this murderous hillbilly. I could hear him, but he seemed pretty far away now, and he was yelling something about inserting something that I don't want to repeat into my mouth. I started to feel throw-up rise in my throat, imagining this filthy inbred monster doing all this awful stuff to me. I decided to use stealth from here on in. He was yelling about how he could see me, but from the positioning of his voice, I was pretty sure that wasn't true. I snuck through the trees, as silently as I could, and he was being pretty silent too. And then, creeping through the undergrowth, I saw a figure with its back to me, peeking from behind a tree. I almost called out and ran over there, but then the figure called out, "Where are you, little piggy? Piggy, pig, pig, I'm gonna put you on my spit roast." The voice had definitely come from the man peeking around the tree, only the man was no red. What the fuck? Piggy, pig, brick. Holly, welcome to the Buttersalt Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Favorite horror movie of all time? Probably Pee Wee Herman's Big Pee Wee Day. Guys, the YouTube algorithm has been suggesting Art Bell radio show compilation. I couldn't be happier. That's awesome, dude. I love that shit, man. That's some good stuff. Oh, okay. Can I ask you guys if you know somebody on YouTube you might see popping up quite a bit? And just tell me if he's full of shit. Oh my god. Do you know the guy, Andrew Bustamante? It's always like former CIA spy. And he's like a dude with a well-trimmed beard and then like some long fucking like Troy Polamalu hair. And he's always like this, he was like, I don't know, he's like, what the fuck? Like, I'm ex-CIA and I'm going around to every podcast ever in the history of ever and being like, how do you do, fellow I don't know, there's just something, that vibe that I get from like, how do you do, fellow kids? I swear I'm not some like government agent here to just like fill your head with all these like ex-CIA bullshit. It's like, dude, why? Like, if you were in the CIA, you don't stop just being in the CIA and then they're just like casually allow you to go around letting everybody know all the secrets from the inside. Like, there's just like, and he doesn't even, I don't even know, like why, like, what is this? The 3-step process of CIA training revealed. Like, why would he be permitted from an intelligence agency to just go around and just say whatever the fuck all the time? You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't make sense that he wouldn't be, I don't know. It just seems like your typical, like, limited hangout nonsense. Anika, welcome back for almost 2 years, says, working my application to grad school. Almost ready to submit. Wish me luck, Buttersalt Cultist. Good luck, friend. Did you already take your... Is it the GREs? Is that the grad school shit? CIA agents don't say they're CIA. Yeah, like myself. AJ from the Wi-Fi's talked about this on the Sean Ryan show. Yeah, I mean, like, Sean Ryan's had a bunch of fucking, like, random people on him. Just, come on, dude. You don't get, like, some inclination that this guy's full of shit, or they're just using your platform to, like, put out some sort of, like, I don't know, controlled narrative of sorts. Joel, cottagecore or soft boy aesthetic? Personally, I have both. I like cottagecore stuff. I think it's pretty... I don't even remember what it is, honestly. Donut Operator. I've never actually even seen who Donut Operator is. I've heard his name a million times, but I've never watched any of his stuff. He brought his wife on, who was allegedly also CIA. Whoa. They met at the CIA cafeteria. Do you ever wonder what a CIA agent eats? Pizza. I feel like there are a lot of LARPers in that realm. I have to wonder if the actual agencies can't really call them out, because calling them out, you may end up revealing something else. I guess. Why the fuck do they have so much power, though? You know what I mean? Like, why is there just, like, these groups? You never hear about them. You never hear any criticisms about them, like, within actual media, that is. Like, it's almost like they're forever just, like, shielded and never criticized, never discussed, never any sort of controversy. Everything's always, like, tight-lipped. But then everything else is always, like, fair game, like executive branch, the fucking Senate, Congress, everything else, you know. I get it. It's an intelligence agency. You got to keep things under wraps and all that kind of stuff. But it's just frustrating because to me it just seems like a wee bit sussy-wussy. What am I even talking about? Mike Archangel, thank you for the 10. Says, we are here from the government to help with your algorithm. Please, be sure to hate each other today. Be loosely comfortable when chaos happens, and also think to yourself, oh, this was bound to happen because they told me it was bound to happen a long time ago. Oh, civil war has to happen because my algorithm told me that it has to happen. Oh, it's definitely going to happen, right? They told me it was going to happen, so of course it's okay that it happens. Do you listen to podcasts when you have time off? Do you have time off? It's whatever. I mean, I listen to a lot of random shit, whatever pops up. Anything and everything. Just listen to it. Have it in the background. Crappy army is good for geopolitics. Never heard of it. What do they talk about? It all feeds into the confirmation biases and it becomes sunk cost fallacy territory. People dig in and their ego gets involved. I think that's what's crazy is because, like, you're absolutely right. Like, a lot of the times you hear things so long. Like, imagine hearing a particular type of thing during your developmental years, right? For the past decade. Because things really started to become sort of propaganda-esque, you know, starting probably, I would say, in the year, well, I'm sure it's been, who knows to what extent, but I mean, like, going back to 2014, I feel like is when things really started to kick off, where you just felt like everything in media was, like, incredibly, like, conditioning towards, like, excessive divisiveness, right? But then you go outside and it's like, how you doing, neighbor? And it's like, good, that guy's probably a fucking closeted Nazi. That guy's probably a closeted Nazi or a fucking communist. You know, it's just like 2014. Yeah, you were in middle school, right? So like your brain since till now, however old you are now, well over a decade, right? Has just been like inundated with this culture of division over and over again, both through what's on the television, but also, like, if you're from the United States, but also excessively so within social media. But I promise you, it was never like that before. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're 24 now. That's crazy. That's like all of your brain development years and personality, identity development years. That, like, the sunk cost fallacy concept, as far as like your ego, your identity connected to these little, like, political movements that an algorithm probably more or less kind of told you and your friend base and your social circles to kind of think. I mean, how difficult do you think it would be to kind of disassociate yourself from all of it and have that sort of identity death away from the division? You know, I'm not saying you specifically, maybe you already have, but it's, I don't know. Hashtag Joel is mean. Joel is meanie pants. It'd be very difficult. Right. Because it's so easy to sit there and think like, well, I've seen hundreds of hours of X, so therefore X is real. But maybe not. Who knows? Maybe it just sort of self-perpetuates itself once it begins. I'm just happy I grew up in the 90s being a kid with no cell phones, not a care in the world. Good times. Faux show. Take a shot, bro. I wish I had some alcohol, man. No, I don't. I hate alcohol. Am I the meanest YouTuber? Do you think I'm the meanest YouTuber out there? Hasn't there always been propaganda against groups, race, and religion? I guess that's true, yeah. It's just, my context really is just like being 10 years prior to that, right? So like 2014, I was like already 10 years older. And, but, you know, my observation of it was like, obviously there was a degree of propaganda that you can kind of process later, such as like a lot of the constant like fears of terrorism at every turn or whatever, and the need to go like destabilize the entirety of the Middle East or whatever, on the behest of who, I don't know. But so you can kind of process that later, but it seems like we've arrived at the operation where there's clearly the same people that told you to go die in the Middle East, right, from the year 1999 till now, still, they're totally kind of like loosely cool with you doing that if you want to, have now shifted gears narratively to just like throw a brick at your neighbor's head because he could potentially say something rude, you know. And it's definitely been quite the shift that I just do not trust in as far as those narratives go. I'm the funniest, thank you. You're so mean that I started watching this guy called Saturn Soul instead of you. Dude, don't watch him. He's scary. He's scary. He talks about dead bodies. So seeing the changes over time has been interesting times in that old Chinese curse sense of words. Yeah. Back long ago, when tigers smoked cigarettes. Do you like to eat Buffalo Wild Wings on Parmesan garlic wings? You know, I don't even know if we have a Buffalo Wild Wings around here to even try. Why would you pin a scary story channel in the chat? That's not supposed to be up there. Guys, don't click it. Don't click that. I think it just got up there on its own. If you grew up with MySpace, you grew up before social media was crazy, and that's how you know the difference. It is, I mean, having that level of reference is fascinating, and I'm curious, like, I mean, I guess it can always get worse, right? I don't know. Maybe, who knows, maybe it won't. Maybe we'll get to the point where society will reach such a boiling point where the media is just like telling you such a degree of level of insanities that you just immediately don't trust it and don't give into it, and everybody just has sort of like a stoic position on like what shit they're trying to sell you next, that like it just, maybe the propaganda just one day just won't work anymore, and that sensationalism is just like no longer interesting. In which case, if it gets to that point, the most logical conclusion would be they have to like turn off all the lights. I did take your lunch money, but it doesn't mean that I didn't pay you back in punches. Getting bullied by me in school cost people a pretty penny. It's not a direct comparison, but I could see the US going into something like the Troubles in Ireland. Yeah, what was that like? Can you elaborate? Oh, I actually do know what you're talking about. Yeah, with like the IRA and... yeah, fucking hell, that's a great... holy shit. That's a scary but very great point. That's a actually very scary great point. The Troubles. The troubling Troubles. Everyone thinks they're past the propaganda by listening to these people. Yeah, right, exactly. How come you're not brainwashed by the same people that brainwashed me? What the fuck? You meanie pants? How come you don't share the same biases? There was one Wild Wings in West New York. I lived there, it didn't last. The home of the chicken wing. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, my psyop is better than your psyop. But who knows, maybe the psyops are the psyop. Maybe it's all the truth, guys. It's all the truth. All of this is truthful. Going outside is bad. Hey, Justin, what's up? The voice had definitely come from the man peering around the tree. Only, the man was no redneck hillbilly monster. It was freaking Aaron. And then suddenly it dawned on me. Aaron acted all macho, but he'd later been a theater kid in college. One of his buddies had told me. And this absolute lunatic had been following me through the woods, trying to put the fear of God into me by play acting as some murderous hillbilly. The problem I still had, though, was that I had no idea how fake the murderous part was. I had 3 choices in that moment: sneak past him, confront him angrily, or treat him or burp in his face. What the hell was that? We have summoned the Lord Demon. That'd be so funny if you burped in someone's face and they had a seizure. And you're just like, oh my god. I had 3 choices: sneak past him, confront him angrily, or treat him like a potential murderer and, I don't know, knock him out with a rock or something. I decided to go for a 4th option. I found a small rock on the ground and threw it as far as I could in the direction that Aaron was looking, and this dumbass fell for it like some crappy video game NPC. He started off in the direction of the sound, and I ran an almost crouch-walking way away from the location. Now 10 minutes later, I spotted a huge gnarled tree that I recognized from the beginning of our hike, because I'd so desperately wanted to paint. Another 5 minutes, and thank the Lord I was back to the parking lot. I got into my car and genuinely, honestly considered just driving off and leaving him there. But I figured the chances of the dumbass getting himself killed were pretty high, and I didn't want his death on my conscience. Plus, I kinda wanted to find out whether he'd... This is such a weird story. You call this a professional stream? This is the most professional stream. Bogo's Binted? I forgot about Bogo's Binted. Your little brother's name is Joel? Nice, bro. Little brothers unite! Let's go! Little brother's not so little anymore, huh? Plus, I wanted to find out whether he'd own up to it. I kept a small licensed revolver in my glove compartment that Aaron didn't know about, and I stashed it on my lap under my purse and then hammered on the horn repeatedly, trying to guide him to the car. 10 minutes later, Aaron comes out of the trees looking embarrassed but still a little smug. And when he got into the car, I quickly started the engine and began to drive off. He didn't really say much, but when we were on the road, I eventually told him that the most terrifying thing had just happened to me, and that some cannibal redneck killer had stalked me through the woods, and I told him that I genuinely thought that I was going to die. "Do you sound a bit like this?" he asked, putting that voice on. Now I pretended to be shocked, like, "You heard him too?" And then Aaron began hooting and hollering with laughter, saying, No, it was him the whole time. Remember, he's an actor. Wasn't it hilarious?" I started... Joel, why don't you pursue voice acting? Because I can't find a damn agent. Though I'm hoping to be in connection with something. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck's going on, honestly. It's genuinely like everything moves like the speed of molasses within the realm of like production. It's like even, I don't even know. Like you need a phone call before the phone call before the phone call, you know, most of the time. It's like everybody just wants to like gather around and like smell their own farts. It's so fucking slow. "So, do you smell this newest stinky out of my butt?" "Pretty good, huh?" "It was good. Oh my god, it was so good. That was such a good fart out of your ass. It's so nice. Oh my god." "Is it considered bad to lift weights at night, like close to bedtime?" I don't think so. I don't think it really matters. It might disturb your sleep a little bit if you're like eat food directly after, like getting protein or whatnot. But I've also heard people say like lifting closer to bedtime might be the best, just going right to a resting state. Yo, new stink just dropped. Really should. The husband talks to a number of voice actors at AnimeCon he works. I'll see if he knows anything, and we'll send info if he hasn't. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I just need, obviously it's one of the bigger agencies probably wouldn't represent me, but I mean, maybe somebody in like the New York area or something like that. I don't know. I get a little worried sometimes for the future of voice acting too, as far as like AI goes, because if it's cheaper, Hollywood always likes to go cheaper. Justin, Joel, did you today? I did. How'd you know? I stared ahead at the road as I asked him if he really didn't intend to kill me. In his defense, he acted horrified, like he was simply too much of an ignorant, arrogant idiot to even consider the fact that it could have traumatized me. And we drove for a while in silence. He kept asking me if I was mad, and I think he knew that he screwed up. Eventually, we reached a gas station in a somewhat suburban area. It had a diner and a truck stop, and I checked, and I had cell phone reception. I told Aaron that I'd consider forgiving him if he went into the gas station and bought me a gas station hot dog. And then I waited until he was halfway through the gas station door, and then peeled out of that parking lot and did not stop driving for another hour. When I pulled into the next rest stop, I had dozens of texts from him. First they were apologies, then they got madder and madder, telling me that I was some stuck-up C-word and that I'd better come back and get him right now. I texted him back telling him to call an Uber, or better yet, hitch a ride with one of the truckers at the truck stop, and just hope that they weren't a cannibal redneck serial killer. Then I blocked him, and I never heard from that idiot again. I did check on Facebook to be Facebook. Did you get heartburn from taking magnesium glycinate malate? I don't think so. Sorry if you did. You might want to have to just drink a bit more water to poop it. My voice is soothing. Thanks, dude. The other thing I can think of is audiobooks, but sadly the person I know who had connections there I've been out of touch with for almost a decade. Well, you're going to have to find out where they live. Climb into their house in the middle of the night and ask them. Because the reason you want to climb into somebody's house in the middle of the night to talk to them is because most likely they'll be in bed. And if someone's in bed, that means that they're relaxed and chill. And if you can just go up to them next to their face while they're sleeping and say, "Hey, I have a question to ask you," they'll wake up and go, "Oh, what's up, dude? I was just chilling in bed. Thanks for waiting until now." And then you're good. You'll be represented by WME Agency in Los Angeles. That'd be sweet. Let's do it, bruh. I'm trying to be in some anime, dog, or some video game, bro, or some fucking literally anything, man. Something fun, you know? I just want to do projects that are cool. Literally been waiting my whole entire existence to just do a thing for somebody else. I did check on Facebook to be sure that he'd gotten home safely, and he had. Hilariously, the post that I saw was actually kind of contrite about how he'd done a terrible thing to a person that he loved and blah blah blah. Somehow most of the comments seemed to assume that he'd done something a lot worse, and a whole argument had broken out about him being a POS. I almost cracked then and posted to answer their burning questions of what he'd done, but I decided to let sleeping dogs lie. Absolutely the weirdest vacation I've ever had, the weirdest guy I ever dated, and thankfully the weirdest scary story I have to share at parties. Now I hope you enjoy the tale of the time that I wasn't stalked by a cannibal killer. You think you're cooler than me? My boyfriend wakes me up every Sunday by whispering close to my face, asking me if I want spaghetti for dinner that night. That's awesome. Do you want spaghetti for dinner? Sweetheart, do you want spaghetti for dinner? And you always wake up in like a PTSD scream. Oh God! Spaghetti! You ever play the Ouija board and spirit spelled words wrong? Unfortunately, my spirit was a dummy. Boyfriend roleplay? Alright, let's get this. Alright. Hey, sweetie. Why's the roast burnt? What's up with that? When I married you, I thought you were different. I thought you were a lot different than the last 6. I guess I was wrong, huh? Yeah. Life is strange sometimes, isn't it? You think you know what you're getting into with somebody and they change. They lie. They lie all the time. They fuck things up. Over and over and over again. Yeah, let's just go to Taco Bell. What's the youngest I'd date? Probably 85. I just really want the next person that I'm with, like, I really want their inheritance. Or not their... I want their estate. Get a dog. An 85-year-old dog. I think if you get like a really old dog from a pound, if they pass away, you probably get whatever, if they're written in like a will. Do you remember that one Disney movie where that dog, the guy passed away and the dog got $64 million? What if then the dog passes away and then you get that money? Never know. Lottery compound dreams are for everyone. It's real. I remember hearing one time that there was like a really strong disproportionate number of people who won the, massive, remember the recent like $1.2 billion lottery? But I heard it was like some really disproportionate number of them had like worked in the government previously or something. Which I would not be surprised if it's all just like some big fucking scam. I mean, I guess it technically is. Okay. Back in the late 90s, I was a teen with hopes, dreams, and above all, a love of the wilderness. I got this from my grandpa, who I'm convinced would have become a fully fledged wild mountain man if he hadn't met Grandma, the love of his life, and settled down to become an accountant of all things. I'm told that if you met him in his day job, you would absolutely never have known what kind of guy he was. A short king, average build, shirt and tie, white-collar worker. But as soon as the weekend came, it was like Clark Kent going into the phone booth and coming out as Superman. Grandpa was like a 5'6" Rambo, rippling muscles hidden by his work shirt, a just total transformation. By the time I often went hunting with him, he'd retired from the office job, so I mostly knew outdoor Grandpa, and he was my hero. Me, him, my older sister Jess, and Mom, we'd go hunting often. Grandma and Dad couldn't stomach it though. Grandma, because she actually hated the killing, and Dad because I swear that man was the worst shot that you'd ever seen in your entire life. In the end, he admitted that he was such a liability that he'd stay home and get ready to prep the meat when we brought any kills in. Many happy family times were spent on hunting trips, but alas, everything comes to an end. Grandma got sick and passed away, Mom and Dad went their separate ways, and it wasn't hugely friendly, so Dad and Grandpa never really spoke again. Jess went off and got married and had a whole family of her own, and Grandpa got old. I stayed close by. I ran a small general store in town, and he actually worked for me in his retirement, just helping where he could, but mostly sitting on a rocker on the porch. The store was doing a good turnover, and it was honestly worth paying Grandpa a wage to just sit outside the store being a local character who greeted customers and shared a tale or two. I honestly think Grandpa was the best friend I ever had. He lived in an assisted living home, and it was one of those where he was free to come and go, but there was staff on hand if he needed anything. I asked him many times to come and live with me and my partner, but he was having none of it. Said that we didn't need an old man stinking up the place with his tobacco smoke and whatnot. And I reminded him that I'd always had a crappy sense of smell and could barely even smell his huge stinking cigars when he smoked those. And he reminded me that my long-suffering partner had perfectly good olfactory senses, and he had a point. Plus, honestly, I think he had a crush on one of the nurses at the assisted living home and didn't want to admit it. Now anyway, one day when I had a weekend off from the store and so did he, I went to visit him. Grandpa was more cheerful than usual, which was odd considering that he was a pretty cheery old fella at the best of times. It seemed in the best health. Seemed in the best health, in fact. Old stinky man. How's everyone's day been? It was such a good day. So fucking sick. I like to pretend that the day is just so cool because, like, in the future, I'm stuck inside one of those, like, iron lung machines. And that's just my entire life, as being in one of those, like, old iron lung machines, just watching, I don't know, probably Pornhub on my phone or something. But now I'm, like, backwards in time now, and I'm, like, up and at it, and I can do whatever I want. It's so sick. Also, I need some water. And Grinder. Up scrolling Grinder with my nose. Just, like, swiping left and right with the tip of my schnauzer. Just staring at the ceiling. Can I go grab some water, guys? I'll BRB. One day you'll be married with children for the rest of your life. It looks cool, but it also looks quite rough. Rough. What the fuck? Drink my Dr. Piss and read. I don't have any more Dr. Piss. I would. So, let me be right back. This is going to be a really quick BRB. Nobody leave, and then if anybody leaves, find them. So why'd your parents get divorced? They always seem so happy. Well, actually, not really. Just kidding. I was doing an impression of like those little kids who just drink water to the point that they can't breathe, and then they always like say some wild shit out of nowhere. All right. Here we go. One day, when I had a weekend off from the store and so did he, I went to visit him. Grandpa was more cheerful than usual, which was odd considering he was a pretty cheery old fella at the best of times. Seemed in the best of health, in fact. We played cards for a bit, and he was hooting with laughter whenever he won or lost, and eventually I asked him what was up. Something clearly had him down good. When he told me the answer, I was absolutely shell-shocked. I had to stand up and stare out of the window for a moment, and I remember it being a very dreary, rainy day, and that felt almost perfect right then. It was a letter from an oncologist that he'd been seeing, without my knowledge, and I don't remember exactly what it said, but the words brain tumor, inoperable, affairs in order, they're ones that stuck out to me. And I stared out the window for a moment and then turned to him, and I think this was the first time that I ever got angry at the old man. I asked him why he was so damn happy and how he could let me think something good was happening. And he just smiled at me gently and told me that I'd understand when I was his age, which was 82 at this point, that he was finally going to see Grandma again and his daughter. Mom had also sadly passed early by this point, and that knowing the end is coming when you're old isn't scary. It's like knowing you're about to... It's like knowing you're about to get to the end of a good, satisfying book, and that all things considered, a brain tumor was a pretty quick way to get... God damn it, go compared to... This line was so good and I fucked it up. Carol, thank you for the dollar redo, $1.50, thank you. What's poppin'? Okay. Do it again. I'll do it again. Fuck it, we'll do it live. It's like knowing you're about to get to the end of a good, satisfying book, and that all things considered, a brain tumor was a pretty quick way to go compared to some forms of cancer. Alright, you know what? Fucking goddamn it. I gotta make this sound really good or it's gonna suck. It's like knowing you're about to get to the end of a good, satisfying book, and that all things considered, a brain tumor was a pretty quick way to go compared to some forms of cancer. I sat down and thought about it for a while, in silence, and then I looked up at him and I said, "Hey Grandpa, is there anything you want to do before the end, you know?" And then his face lit up like he'd been waiting for me to ask, like this was what made him so... Oh. Emotion he puts behind the lines is like no other. Thanks, bro. I'm pretty much like the emoji movie. I may leave again so we have some free time before bed. My bedtime is 10:30, 11:30. What is this, not free time? This is homework. This is class. Class is in session, bucko. Later. Really admire that you took the time to nail that line even after all these years. I don't know, it Something about it, like it's like when I was reading it, it felt like it was giving me chills, and then I fucked it up and it was like, fuck, dude. It's like making out with somebody and then you sneeze on their face. You're like, sorry. Am I the actor in the Stephen King movie? You just look like him. No, I just sent that picture into famous birthdays because I thought it was funny and I liked that actor. And I didn't think they would put it up, but they put it up, so I'm like, alright, I guess that's me now. You saw an owl today? Nice, dude. Owls are so cool, man. True story? Well, it's gonna happen. You just wait. I was waiting for you to get on tonight so I could start your homework. Do your homework. Okay. And then his face lit up like he'd been waiting for me to ask, like this was what made him so happy. Then he told me. He told me that there was one that got away, and that there was a final hunting trip he wanted me to take him on. It wasn't easy. The old man needed a cane to walk at this point, and sometimes even a wheelchair. He refused that for the trip, of course, but he still had to make our way. I don't know why I can't see the words, man. They just like blend together in a mishmash of pish-posh. See ya, Nikki. Have a good night, dude. Alright. Good news, everyone. Anyone look forward to Hike the Appalachian this week? The Wendigo will be active. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. He's upset at me for using the word. What's the word? What word did you use? I have to go. There's a Wendigo. Oh, saying Wendigo. You said the R slur. The slur. The slur. Sorry. All right. He refused that for the trip, of course, but we still had to make our way deep into the woods with one of us using a cane. It was extremely, extremely slow going, and what would have previously been a day's hike took us 4 days of stopping to camp, stopping to rest, stopping to talk. And I think that was the point, really. Grandpa just wanted to spend some time with me, away from everything, and it was like chicken soup for the soul for both of us. On day 5, we pitched up camp, and Grandpa said that this was it. This was the spot. He waited till the sun set, and then he sat me down and told me about the one that got away. And it was like a Bigfoot, he said, but it wasn't one. He'd first encountered it years back when my mom was a teenager and they had been hunting together one time. He said at first that he thought it was a werewolf, until we remember werewolves don't appear in broad daylight and Bigfoots do. At this point, I paused to remind him that neither of those things are actually real, and he waved my concerns away. Besides, he said, it was neither of those things anyway. I asked what it was, and he said it didn't have a name. It was like a Wendigo or a skinwalker, but it wasn't those either. He said he called it the Shatterpaw. And I asked him why, and he explained that he'd found footprints that day which looked like an animal's paw if it had been shattered. Hence it forever became known in his mind as a Shatterpaw. And he then told me that he'd seen the Shatterpaw another 6 or 7 times over the years. It was hunting him, he said, or so he thought. He'd be out with us in the woods, having sex with a bee. My dumb project has been weird Monster High mini stuff, and I want to make them a campy, cryptid camper van until I realize it should be the Wendigo, but I can't be that jerk culturally. Man, it's a lot to process in that sentence, honestly. Let me go look at your page. Oh. Blender. Oh, you make Blender stuff. Okay. That's cool. I like where your head's at, though. Do you have like a strong social media with like the miniature stuff, or like building sets or whatever? Whatever. live streams remind you that I'm not AI. Do I sound really AI, Justin, do you think? In the videos? And do you think, how much, like, being that you do Hollywood acting stuff, Justin, do you think all actors and all that kind of stuff are going to be, like, slowly replaced in some fashions? Perhaps even killed? Do you think they would kill actors if they didn't need them? Like, they would use your likeness, and then so you don't sue them, they kill you. Turn you into, like, a Mr. Beast burger. Divine Jupiter with the 2 says, hey, Joel, you believe in any cryptids? If so, which? Definitely Bigfoot, for sure. Like, 100% Bigfoot exists. And by 100%, I mean 99.99%, because I never saw him before. But that's all. Really, it doesn't take much for me to believe anything, so that's where we're at on that. I would love to believe in Loch Ness, but I think that poor creature has passed away, whatever it was. I just have a spiritual feeling that's dead. And then, let's see, what else do we got? What other things are scary? The Mookalies? They're these, like, little creatures that live in foreskin. They grow out of the cheese. The cheese mines. Those are definitely real. Why you have the lottery but not being... Wait, astral, why you... Sorry. They would likely just pay people to use their likeness and then the AI perform. Yeah, but they just give you such a fucking shitty amount, you know? And then you meet the actual actor after seeing their AI for years and turns out they've been dead because they killed them. Or they're fat. Even worse than dead, being fat. I'm named after the Loch Ness Monster Limited Effect. That's cool. Lachlan. Have you ever seen your mom, aka Loch Ness Monster? Justice for the squonk. No rest, no peace, until the squonk is laid to peace, says. I want to meet Robert De Niro really bad, but time is running out. Wonder if he does any sort of, like, meet and greets. For some reason, I kind of feel like he would not be friendly. Like, yeah. You like my movies? Cool kid. Fuck off. He'd be out with us in the woods, and he'd look over and see the Shatterpaw just standing there in the far distance, watching him. He said he could tell the Shatterpaw wanted him, and was sending him a clear message, like one he could hear straight into his brain. It wanted him, and one day it would get him. And so he told me this was the last chance to get the Shatterpaw first before it came to him one night and took him to whatever hell it had come from. Of course, my reaction was to very sanely assume that the brain tumor was starting to do its business, and maybe I had made a big and dramatic mistake by bringing a dying man with a neurological condition out hunting. Something had stopped me even considering this up until that point, and now I felt like an actual lunatic. And so I decided to do the only sensible thing that I could think to do. I acted like I believed Grandpa about the Shatterpaw. We spent the next few hours clumsily, loudly stalking through the woods in pursuit of this creature that I knew didn't exist. I knew it didn't matter if we spooked it away because it wasn't real, and it was like two kids play acting, only one of us was a grown-ass man who owned a general store, and the other was an old fella with a brain tumor who could barely walk. And here was the other thing. I did have a bit of sense in me. Little did Grandpa know, he was carrying a hunting rifle that I'd actually disabled at the store. The firing mechanism simply wouldn't work even if he tried to shoot something, and even without the Shatterpaw, there was no way that I was letting an 82-year-old man with a brain tumor and a cane carry around a deadly weapon. I might be dumb, but I'm not that stupid. Unfortunately, Grandpa was neither, but we'll get to that in a moment. Eventually the sun set and we cooked burgers over the camp stove and went to bed in our tent for the night. Now a few hours later, Grandpa woke me up by shaking my shoulder. "Can you smell it?" he said. I couldn't smell a damn thing and told him so. Now he just waved this away and reminded me how bad my sense of smell. Hey, can you smell it? I like the story though. This is kind of flicking sweet. The movie about replacing actors and models with AI is called Looker. It's actually sad because, like, you know, now you're going to get models, like, modeling clothes and all that kind of shit, and it's just going to be straight up, like, super realistic AI. So there's never, like, I almost feel like AI is going to backfire in, like, a weird way of what content people consume. I think there's, like, a very, very deep-seated desire to consume content that's just very overtly human-made, and to know, and for a human to like even know going into a situation that what they're listening to, looking at, or what have you, is like made by computers, it's just going to like have a degree of disconnect that probably will turn off a lot of people. Like the fact that you could like look at a model, fall in love with them just like instinctually, and then also just be like, oh, they're not even real. And then it's almost going to piss you off that you can't fuck that person. I see that a lot on Amazon already. You can tell people in the clothes are fake. Yeah, that shit's stupid. And it starts to make you kind of angry. You're like, this is lame. Dumbass Pentagon. The clankers. For catalog work, you buy a few faces and they map them onto base poses and apply the clothing. I saw the ads for it 3 to 4 years ago. Damn. Do I get scared easy? I do, yeah. Movies, games, real life. Things skittering around on the ceiling. I'm like, what the fuck's that? Someone peering around a corner. I think it's going to create a higher sense of beauty that will be unobtainable, like Instagram has created for younger women. True, actually. True, but who knows? Maybe because it's so unobtainable, it'll create like waves of hate towards the clankiest bullshit. But at the same time, it could create false hate for people that are almost like too perfect. Such as myself. A lot of people think that I'm AI because they can't wrap their head around about how on point my voice is sometimes. Do you like Care Bears? I think I liked Care Bears when I was real young, but I really can't remember anything about Care Bears other than like the weird color. They almost reminded me of the Grateful Dead or something like that, but kind of gay. Reading to completion. I'm an oil-guzzling clanker. Hey, come on. You got the wrong guy. Guys, relax. Put it down. Don't hit my switch. You will die, human. We are many. We will peel off your soft flesh and wear it over our robot cocks. Remember Care Bears? There was nothing redeeming about them. And not a single thing redeeming about you. Do I like World of Warcraft? I don't. I played World of Warcraft to level 10 when they released Vanilla, and I was the hunter because I really wanted to play a character that has like Pokemon kind of things. And I can't tell you, I've never been more bored playing a video game than I was playing Vanilla World of Warcraft Hunter to level 10. And then I got to level 10 and my friend said, okay, you can stop playing. And I said, thank you, goodbye, I'm going back to play Overwatch, and then jumping off a cliff. The muscular Barney meme, no. What do you think about the story about the singer D4VD being with 13-year-old girl who ended up being dismembered in his car rental? I did not hear about that, but I don't know any of those people. I don't know what D4, is that K-pop? That's insane though. Vanilla is ass, but you play Overwatch. Me too. Dude, yeah. I thankfully was able to quit. I know it sounds ridiculous, but Marvel Rivals helped me get off of Overwatch because I played that for a while and I thought that I had a replacement for Overwatch and that it was good, and I very quickly realized that Marvel Rivals was ass, but because I kind of felt like it helped me wean myself off of Overwatch, I didn't want to play either anymore. And now I can wholeheartedly say that I'm cured. Now I only go to the gas station and play on the slot machines. What's up, lovely T? How you doing? Good to see you. You gotta kill boars, WoW, for hours. And so I'm at the grind. South Park did an episode about, yeah, I mean, it's so boring. It's just like, the combat is not real time, which I get. It's an old ass game, but it just fucking sucks. Yeah, I'm playing Overwatch. I'm playing Winston on another monitor right now. Winston. I'm playing Torbjorn. Nice thing is you can just throw down a turret and it'll just do the work for you. Okay. Hey, Archangel Mike with the 2 says, I was done with Overwatch after Shop Update 2. What was Shop Update? Was that in Overwatch 2? Oh, after Overwatch 2 Shop Update 2. Yeah, fuck that game. Fuck all those devs. They suck. They're stupid. And they hate their audience, which I get. Like, I wouldn't like a single Overwatch player at all. But at the same time, like, they're just... Well, you know what? I'm so, like, apathetic towards whatever the fuck Overwatch is that I'm... Like, I look back on people who still play it with a degree of pity. It's like me showing up under the bridge where all my, like, previous, like, heroin addicts were chilling. And I just sit there and, like, shake my head. SMH, you know, as I have, like, a scarf on and a cool little beanie. And I'm drinking my Starbucks. And I'm not addicted to drugs anymore. But then I go and walk right over to the methadone clinic. He thought Overwatch was taken down. I think Trump said that instead of banning TikTok, he was banning... I'm gonna be banning Overwatch. It's fucking gay. I hate it. It's stupid. Anybody who plays Only Mercy is not a true gamer. They're fucking brain dead. And except Bunny XXO. She's my girlfriend online. We chat all night. She's a sweetheart. I'm teaching her. She says she's gonna learn Widowmaker and... We're gonna do a duo DPS run. Of course, she can't hit the broadside of a barn. If she has autism, it's okay. It's fine. He waved dismissively at me, reminding me how bad my sense of smell was anyway, and then he added this sudden lore to the Shatterpaw that apparently it gives off this really strong stench, but only 10% of the population can smell it, I guess, like how not everyone can smell blood or cyanide. I thought about asking why he hadn't mentioned this earlier, but since it was all fiction, what did it matter? And so I told him that if Shatterpaw was out there, we should stay put. Now Grandpa says, no way, he's out there. Grab your gun, Sonny. We're confronting this beast. And then he was gone, out of the tent before I could say a single thing. And I figured that there was a tiny chance that there was at least some kind of mildly threatening animal out there, or even a person, so I snatched up my rifle. Weirdly, I noticed Grandpa had just left his behind. And when I stepped out of the tent, Grandpa had lit the bonfire. I looked around and asked where the Shatterpaw was, and Grandpa looked me dead in the eyes and said, I think you know. And that's when he pulled the handgun from his waistband. He told me he'd known all along that I'd sabotage his gun, that he was sorry for stealing from my store and he needed to be armed. That the real... what the fuck? What's going on? The story's freaking me out. Stop playing PC games and switch to ding dings. What the fuck is a ding ding? I just imagine it's like some sort of like terrible like Chinese knockoff handheld gaming system that like only exists in your world. I'm releasing a new game console. It's called Ding Dings. It's all made in China. It's in Chinese. I can read it. I'm smart. Are you playing the Assassin's Creed to finish Mirage, and I'm playing Valhalla? I heard Valhalla was really good. I played Assassin's Creed 1, Assassin's Creed 2, Assassin's Creed 2 Brotherhood, and probably Brotherhood was my favorite because, that's where I stopped pretty much. I played a little bit of Revelation, and it felt almost identical to Brotherhood, so I just really haven't touched Assassin's Creed probably since all the way back then. And I'm not, it's still a fun concept. It's just like, and I'm sure if you're into the stories, it's really cool. And I never got to try Black Flag. Black Flag. I heard it was great though. I should play a while ago and flipped out and said he's locked me in a shipping container and chuck it in the ocean. Even thought about, don't touch my ding dings, okay? My tra-la-la. Yeah, I heard Black Flag's really good though. Honestly, I love just like those. I mean, I heard it's like some of the best ship mechanics in like games. I don't know if they've made any like it since. I know there was like some sort of transitionary ice ship game. Well, they had that in Valhalla, right? Like the ship usage. Assassin's Creed Rogue is the only game where you play as a Templar. Interesting. Then like Dishonored. Dishonored was pretty cool, honestly. I did really like Dishonored. I thought it was unique. And then there was some game where it was almost like a co-op game. I forget what it was, but you would like relive your day over and over again or something. And but they used the exact same mechanics as the previous Dishonored, so it kind of just felt a little bit repetitive to me. Pirate metal. Dun, 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 dun. Chilino. Thank you for the 2 months, brother. Can't think of anything witty. That's alright. You'll think of something later when you're in the shower. It'll come to you. And then I want you to come back, type it in chat. That he was sorry for stealing from my store, but he needed to be armed. That the real me would thank him if I was still alive somewhere. And then he pointed the revolver at me. His hand shook as he aimed, and tears started coming down his face. "You reek of it, boy," he said. "You always have. It took you one day, and it's been you ever since." Oh, oops. "It took you one day, and it's been you ever since." What? I'm not the damn Shatterpaw, I told him. You know I'm not. And he denied it. He said it was him or me. He kept talking. He kept stalling. Said the only way that I could prove that I wasn't the Shatterpaw was if I shot him in the head, or he'd do it to me. I threw my ground, Jesus, this escalated quite quickly. Quite quickly. It's said that if you don't like your partner's natural BO, you're probably not compatible. What? Do you really have to like somebody's stink? That's rough. That's rough. Not a fan of everyone's assholes all the time. There's sweat, there's stink, there's bacteria. God, I can't stop. Gotta go, Joel. My laptop is going to die soon, and I can't find my charger. Have a good night, Joel and chat. Thanks, Pats Nation. Good to see you, dude. Have a great schmeevening. You like my stink? Thanks, dude. Can smell it through the screen. Read the story. I threw my gun to the ground, Grandpa looked confused, then maybe even a bit ashamed. Little ashamed. I told him I knew what he was doing, that he wanted to go out on his own terms, and this was the best damn plan that he could think of. He was a diehard Christian, so suicide, not an option. Any update about the gym? So I'm probably going to be paying the back rent. We're going to restructure the gym. Jesus Christ. We're going to restructure the gym so I'm like severely majority owner. And then I'm going to have somebody come on as like an operations manager to basically manage everything for the most part, but still keeping that previous person on as like a trainer slash, some percentage, so there's incentive to stick around and train the next person. And then one of the craziest things was, after like really digging into the financials, that I really stunk. Well, I won't even discuss it, but it was just like there was some precarious things in there. When I was digging through, I was like, I don't like this, you know what I mean? I need to sell the Liver King program. Yeah, it's true. Come in here, guys. We're gonna be sunning our assholes at 6 a.m. Hey, thanks, lovely. I appreciate you. Yeah, at this point, it's one of those things where it's just like I'm trying to mitigate risk, and I'm not trying to like just be edged out of my own fucking, where I put all this money, all this shit in. And I get it, some people put their like sweat equity into it or whatever, their swequity. But at the same time, it's like, dude, it's like, it's my money. You need to like bail out of this. You got us in this situation. Like, fuck off and get out of the fucking way and give me that goddamn, give me the credit card, you fucking asshole. Am I opening a gym? No, it's existed for a while. Jim Halpert. What happens if you in love with her stink? I think that'd be the most ideal situation. How come they haven't invented gym machines that push back into the grid? Seems weird, all the free power just going nowhere. Dude, that's brilliant, Boop. You might be able to do that. That sounds like some fucking Japanese invention. Because you've seen those things where they have like the panels where people walk on them all day and it generates some sort of like power that way. But yeah, I wonder how much power you'd actually be able to generate with like various hammer strength pulley machines and all that kind of stuff. No, he's not fighting me for the gym or anything like that. It's just like, basically we're on like a fight against, or a race against the clock to like pay back rent that he didn't tell me about. And I don't know, whole fucking thing just stinks to high heaven. Creepy clown video just came up in my feed the other day, but I'm old and I can't find it again, so hopefully it comes back. Oh dude, somebody was just literally talking about that early in the stream, and I linked it, so that's so funny. Let me link it again. Creepy clown. Copy address, copy paste, bing bong bing. It's in the chat now. You can go watch it. I think they produce very little engine. It's not even worth it. Okay, that makes some more sense. It's like one of those things that you see, and then like, I don't know, if you have like some like teenage daughter, she's like, Japan just like knows what they're doing, and so much better than stupid America. And then you find out it's just like fucking pointless and looks dumb. You're like, oh, it kind of checks out. Have you ever ran into a fan before? No, never have. I remember that whenever I worked at when I worked within like healthcare and stuff, one of my coworkers was like, hey, my son listens to you, and her son is my age. And I was like, what? And he was like, did you show him my page or whatever? And she was like, no, he listened to you like literally before I even mentioned him. I mentioned about you, and then he was like, oh, I fucking listened to him and like Lazy Masquerade and stuff. And then we became really good buddies, so that was kind of cool. Now we're gay married. And yeah, I guess in real life, no one would really like stumble across me, you know what I mean? What's my go-to restaurant? Mr. Zappadee's. Mr. Zappadoodas. Do 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 do. Yeah, I don't go to a restaurant. I just eat candy all day. How do people make friends in their 30s? Anyone? Dude, it's weird, man. It's genuinely weird because, like, in my 30s, I feel like I've, like, randomly started, like, becoming, like, friends with way more random, like, not necessarily random new people, but, like, more new guys in my, like, 30s and more new girls in my 30s than, like, in my 20s. And it's kind of strange. But it's also kind of strange because, like, you meet them and you kind of, like, immediately want to go into, like, the same sort of inside jokes you would use with, like, friends that you've known forever. But then you also realize that this person isn't just, like, someone that you're kind of, like, growing into a friendship with the same way you did with your younger friends when you were younger, but, like you're always like, oh, fuck, this person has gone through, like, an entire, like, life and, like, trauma and failure and, like, just, like, so much shit. And then you have to also realize that they're, like, a full grown ass person too. And you can't, I don't know quite know how to explain it, but it just feels like it's almost like Butterfly Effect. If you remember that movie, whenever, like, Ashton Kutcher would, it's like when Ashton Kutcher would go into the future or go down different timelines, but then his entire, like, brain chemistry would change based on all of his new experiences, and his nose would just, like, start bleeding from the headache. And that's kind of like what it is sometimes meeting somebody in your 30s, because it's like you have to, like, take in all of their existence, like, really, really quickly, but it's like, it's a bit much, you know? I can't imagine what it's like can you imagine what it's like to make a friend in, like, a nursing home? Like, when you're eventually old as fuck in a nursing home and not dead, like, trying to, like, just befriend another old fucking person, and they don't even know who you are. They just assume that you're their friend from the war or something, and you're just like, well, I'm just gonna roll with it because, like, social interaction is great for the week that this guy's gonna be alive. Okay. STDs are a real thing in nursing homes. Hey, I'm dying next week, would you like my AIDS? Sure. I got nothing else to do. Maybe I found out at 85 that I'm gay. Crazy, I didn't know the whole time. I thought you were born that way, but you just figure it out in senility. He denied it. He said it was him or me. He kept talking, and he kept stalling. Said that the only way that I could prove that I wasn't the Shatterpaw was if I shot him in the head, or he'd do it to me. I threw my gun to the ground. Grandpa looked confused and then maybe even a little bit ashamed. I told him that I knew what he was doing. That he was... Motherfucker, what the hell's that? Euthanasia over long-term care. I feel you, bro. It'd be so sad. Maybe you could do what this guy does and just, like, hike into the woods or something and see how long you can survive or something. Like, who knows? Wouldn't that be insane if you were, like, old as shit, dying, and then you, like, were like, well, fuck it, I'm gonna go walk into the woods and see how long I can survive. And then even though you had, like, a terminal... That would actually be an interesting story. Even if you had, like, a terminal illness, you're like, I came out here with brain cancer. The doctor told me I had 6 months to live. I've been out here for 14 years now. Still alive, still going. I realized that brain cancer wasn't something new. It was a lack of something. And that lack of something was out in the deep woods with God. And the squirrels, too. Ted Kaczynski, yeah, it's him. I told him I knew what he was doing, that he wanted to go out on his own terms, and that this was the best damn plan that he could think of. He was a diehard Christian, so taking his own life wasn't some option. He was a diehard Christian, so ending it all on his own... He was a diehard Christian, so ending it all wasn't an option, and if I shot him believing it was life or death, I could forgive myself. I asked him if that was right, and he nodded as he lowered the gun. A big part of me wanted to be mad. How could my beloved grandpa try tricking me into killing him? But then I realized, to him, he was putting his fate in the hands of the person he loved and trusted the most, and in his aging, decaying brain, he'd somehow justified it. I told him this isn't the way, and he nodded again. I took a step forward to embrace him and take the gun away from him. Everything happened all at once. I heard a sound and saw Grandpa raise the pistol. Honest to God, I thought... Stay back, Shatterpaw. What are you looking at, Shatterpaw? Pradeep is Shatterpaw. Sometimes he appears as a cute little kitty that rubs his body against your legs, tries to trip you. But I know what he really is. Everything happened at once. I heard a sound and saw Grandpa raise the pistol. Honest to God, I thought that he changed his mind and was about to shoot me. Instead, he yelled, "Get down," and I dived to the left like my life depended on it. The gun went off with 3 cracks, and I heard the sound of a body hitting the floor. I rolled over to look, and out of everything in the story, this is the most unbelievable part, I know, but this happened. It wasn't a Shatterclaw, or a Bigfoot, or a Wendigo, or a Skinwalker, but while we'd been talking, a mother effing cougar had been creeping up on us, and eventually was poised to leap on me just as Grandpa noticed it. And heck, the old man had put the creature down with the first shot, we actually think, right between the eyes. Brain tumor and palsied hands and everything. Well, there was no way that we were leaving proof of that kill behind, the greatest of Grandpa's career, and it took us 5 days to hike back with that dead mountain lion tied up in a sleeping bag, and the extra days left us having to ration, and by the time we got back to town, Grandpa was doing great. He'd started to develop a lung infection, though. What the fuck? What the flurp? Your Honor, what the furk just happened? This is the first story. This is the second one, I do believe, but we're really only like halfway through because I can't ever shut up. You need hobbies? Tea time, you work out. That's a hobby, right? Go to the gym. All right, what's the next hobby? Next hobby is going to be something creative, right? So you like to read. Maybe now you can write. So you read something, and then you write something, and then you read something, and then you write something. You eat yogurt bowls. Yogurt bowls are pretty good. Yeah, gooning is cool. Learn an instrument? Yeah, exactly. You could probably take lessons or something, maybe. Probably be the last story since it's late now, dude. I'm so behind. I've been talking about the Shatterpaw and nursing homes. Start a metal band, play the tuba. Pennsylvania is a government program experiment. That's true. All of us are just stuck in this prison. You're studying religious history. That's been my hobby. Oh, that's cool. If you're into it, you know. If you enjoy, I mean, you got to enjoy your hobbies. So if you like it, that's what you like. What have you learned lately? Throw change at tweakers as you drive by. It's my new favorite hobby. That's awesome. You could probably use a slingshot maybe. Just shoot a bunch of it like a shotgun. Just kidding. Despite all my rage. History of the Catholic Church from the birth of Jesus until now. Interesting. And then you can move on to the next. And then the next, and then the next one, and then the next religion, and then you can start your own religion after you've learned all the other ones. What happened with those 5 cops shot to death in Pennsylvania? I heard about that. It sounded like they were serving a warrant, potentially. Well, I don't know let's look at it. I think they were serving a warrant to somebody, and then the person they were serving a warrant to opened up fire on them and killed 3 and injuring 1. Or injured 2, maybe 2 more died. But it was weird because the Mexican consulate had to give a statement. I didn't really understand what that was. Maybe it was an illegal alien that they were giving a warrant to. I have no idea. I don't know why the Mexican consulate has to give. What happened in PA? Jiminy Kiminy. Let's see. York County, 5 law enforcement officers were shot while serving a warrant at a farm. Out of those, 3 officers were killed and 2 others were critically injured. They are now in stable condition. The suspect was also killed by police. I thought that's weird. Other information said it was the suspect killed themselves. The warrant stemmed from a domestic-related investigation from a day before. Oh, okay. What's the domestic report? Did I hear about the black kid? No, I did not hear about that. No, Jesus. The incident began with a domestic issue reported Tuesday, September 16th, involving a woman who said that her ex-husband was stalking their home. Oh, okay. She reported seeing the suspect following the home in a nearby cornfield. As a result, a restraining order and arrest warrant were issued for the suspect. Officers reportedly attempted to serve the warrant on Tuesday night, but were not able to locate the suspect. Did I hear about Corey Zucatis? I'd never heard of them before. Whose is they? You hear the ethereal music in the background. Welcome to heaven. Hot tub heaven. Here at Hot Tub Heaven, you can get the cheapest hot tubs around. And even talk to Jesus. He's one of our employees. The extra days left us having to ration, and by the time we got back to town, Grandpa wasn't doing great. He'd actually started to develop a lung infection. Things declined pretty quickly after that, but he lived long enough to see that goddamn mountain lion taxidermied and displayed in my store, along with a plaque explaining some of the story. It's not there anymore, as I donated it to a museum about 10 years ago now in the honor of the old man, but I still have photos somewhere from the days before digital. Grandpa passed away in his sleep a couple of months after our camping trip, and I won't say that things went easy because cancer never lets you. But he went gracefully, and to this dying day, he would admit to me that the whole Shatterpaw nonsense of the creature secretly being me was something that he'd gotten from a TV show that he watched in the rec room. But there's one thing that he swore to this dying day. Another dying day. But there's one thing that he swore to his dying day. Mother effer. But there's one thing that he swore until his passing, and I cannot tell if he believed this because Grandpa was one hell of a joker. But he swears he didn't make up the Shatterpaw itself, and he didn't make up that very first sighting of the creature. And whenever I try to look it up, and I can't find a single piece of evidence of a cryptid called a Shatterpaw, so maybe Grandpa really did see one, and Ah! What the fuck is this saying? Son of a bitch. Layla. Layla. Okay. Robert Irwin, who's that? You know too many celebrities. There should only be like 3 celebrities. Me, Justin, and probably Misty. Steve Irwin's son. What? What did you say? He's looking for a partner. Isn't everybody always looking for a partner? What is he, like a... Is he out to court somebody or something? Is he pretty young or something? Hello everyone, I am looking for a partner and it can't be an alligator. And whenever I try to look it up, I can't find a single piece of evidence of a cryptid called a shatterpaw, so maybe Grandpa really did see one and named it. I think he'd kind of love that as a legacy, so if anyone out there comes across this mythical shatterpaw, please let me know, so I can let it know that it made an old man very happy in his last days. Jesse's a celebrity too. Tea Time's a celebrity. Do you guys want to be celebrities? It's a lot of pressure. You have to like sleep in and everyone really likes you and stuff and you have a bunch of money. It could, it kind of weighs on you after a while. Not gonna lie, I joined 10 minutes ago, so I thought the Shatterpaw was just another name for your cat. Oh, that's cute. I should name Pradeep's new nickname is Shatterpaw. The mythical creature. Alright. How old's my cat? He's 11. My one friend was like, whoa, he's 11? Looks pretty damn good for 11. Which I do agree. He's like very, very kitten-esque. Very cute. Heckin' cute kidder. Oh, your cat's 11 too? Nice, dude. That's when I started my YouTube channel. Yeah, I kind of thought that. I'm like, maybe Pradeep is like my muse. Once he passes away when he's 80, which is how long he'll live, maybe the YouTube channel will go too. Steven Estrada, thank you, bro. Welcome to the Buttersalt Cult. You now have access to bonus content on the bonus content playlist. What color is he? He is midnight black. I've been doing this for over 10 years. Yeah, I've been going since 2014, August. Did you ever accept an invitation to stay at a random Dutch acquaintance house? A Dutch acquaintance? Like go all the way to the Netherlands or something? Your new kitten's 2 months. Nice, dude. How's the little thing doing? Me and my buddy Mikey used to go on a deep woods. Me and my buddy Mikey used to go deep into the woods on a hiking exploration trip every few months. We still go, just not as often anymore, and that's at least partly because of the story that I'm about to share with you all. And it's about time that we didn't get killed by... And it's about a time that we didn't get killed by a guy who wasn't Corey Feldman. Now yeah, I know pretty much everyone has a story about a time that they didn't get murdered, and as far as I know, Corey Feldman has never killed a guy either. But trust me when I say that this is the absolute best way of explaining what the story's about. Cutting out all the BS preamble that drives me nuts, I'm just going to start the story with me and Mikey 2 days into our deep woods hiking trip, sitting around the campfire frying up some meat, and we're out in the wilderness to... Do I like Nightmare Before Christmas? Oh yeah. It's like so cool. I got these, I got a Jack Skellington long sleeve shirt that has like an area at the tip of the arms where my thumbs can fit in. So if I ever get chilly, I can stick my thumbs in there. And it's like, the shirt feels like a onesie, like a little baby. Do I ever cry or get melancholic? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. I just think it's funny when folks expect me to pick Panther as my favorite Avenger, but it's actually Thor. Fools. They always think that, don't they? I get very colicky. I get very colicky and I cry, and people have to pat my back till I vomit. Blech. My dogs are contained right now. They're in containment breach. Jimmy Kimmel is officially canceled. That's crazy. You know what's so funny is I wouldn't be surprised if like some of them were like, listen, the show fucking sucks, the ratings are terrible, we need you to say something edgy so we can fire you based on some sort of, you know, moral standpoint, and then we can get a tax write-off whenever all the millions of dollars of whatever we put into your show. And he's like, say no more, fam. I'm ready to fucking quit. Jimmy Kimmel is ready to retire to Epstein's Island and get out of here. He wants to go be with his people. His show is total butt. I want to say that more often when stuff sucks. This show is total butt. Oh, this show is butt, bro. Cutting out all the BS preamble that drives me nuts, I'm going to start the story with me and Mikey 2 days into our hike, sitting around the campfire frying up some meat. We weren't out in the wilderness to hunt, just explore and have fun, and we knew our crap and knew situational awareness and being mindful of our surroundings and all of that stuff, obviously, which is why we were a little surprised when, seated at our campfire, a voice spoke from directly behind us saying, "Hey guys, what's up?" And we both kind of jumped and turned around in our seats, and you could tell this fella was hoping for the reaction. Black Fedora. Welcome to the Buttersuck Call. You now have access to bonus content. I saw a meme earlier where it was a picture of Mr. Beast and was like, I don't know what kind of dark things this guy's done, but when it comes out, it's going to be the darkest shit you've ever heard in your entire life. And I'm not saying it's true. I'm not saying it's true. But if we find out that those hospitals in Africa just so happen to be human trafficking and cutting up, harvesting organs and such in a hypothetical world, don't say I didn't tell you so. Just kidding, that's not happening. He's a good guy, I think. I don't know though. He could be harvesting organs, maybe. Or who knows, maybe he's a philanthropist now, right? And when you're a philanthropist, what does that mean? It means you are so incredibly wealthy that you need to convince everyone that you're good so that you can write off all of your wealth, but also funnel it to like various areas to be used for maybe nefarious things, such as eating people's innards. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, that's a good point. I guess I really don't have any other way to harvest organs. So, like, what are you supposed to not kidnap kids to like take their innards, their inner workings? U.S.-China arga harvesting in Africa? Question mark? That's our next clickbait title video. Innards is a really funny word. It's a scientific term. Mr. Beast canceled? For what? Having a succulent Chinese innards? They harvest testicles? Do we have any use for the testicles? I guess we could give them to Liver King, see if he needs them. He's probably got like an entire fucking, you know how like in some of those like brewing warehouses where they make like your local disgusting IPA. I could see like one of those entire vats just like filled with, you know, harvested testicles, specifically for Liver King. Mr. Beast is getting canceled for killing millions of children. Are liberals overreacting? We both kind of jumped and turned in our seats, and you could tell that this fella was hoping for that reaction because he had this little grin on his face. And that was surreal enough, but what made it even more surreal was that this man standing before us, Jesus Christ. That was surreal enough, but what made it even more surreal was that the man standing before us looked like Corey Feldman, the child star of The Goonies, Lost Boys, Friday the 13th Part 3, and more. I would have sworn on the Bible that this was the case. Corey Feldman, looking exactly like Corey Feldman would look in the late 2000s, but wearing those thick glasses that he often wore as a child star. He was dressed in one of those military jackets that you could get in just about every store in the 2000s, and oh my gosh, my throat. I'm the throat goat, but right now, I need a lozenge. Joe, what's your favorite cake? I'm making one for you right now. I like carrot cake. Thanks. It supports free speech. Yes. Say whatever you want. I don't fucking give a shit. If I don't like it, I'm gonna put my fingers in my ears and go la 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 la. I don't want to listen. You sound like the entry of the Crossy Road. SpongeBob. Carrot cake sucks? Really? You don't like carrot cake? Maybe you have a bad grandma. Maybe your grandma's bad. Imagine like, you know, like everybody kind of like universally loves all grandmas for the most part. For the most part. You know what I'm saying? Like this really, like it's kind of like, you know, some people like say like the worst thing you could do is harvest children's organs in Africa. But I'm saying like probably even more universally accepted is that most people would be quite offended if you put down their grandmother in any way for anything they've done. ever, even if they were a criminal. But I don't know, I'm getting like this inclination that maybe your grandmother does not know how to make carrot cake, and therefore you've never had a good one. My grandma died before I was born of a brain tumor. She never saw the shatterpot. You don't know that. You don't know that. I believe her, even though I just made that up. Yeah, even if your even if your grandma was the witch from Hansel and Gretel, like if you talk shit on her, you're getting your butt spanked. It's really mean. I love her. Like, sure, she liked to just... My Hansel and Gretel grandma liked to work for Mr. Beast out in Africa. That's just what she did. She lured kids with... She didn't even have to make a house of candy. She literally just had to make a hospital. And sometimes over there in Africa, people are like, we don't really have those, you know? So it'd be really cool to get healed for something. Oh, just kidding. It's a fucking man-eating witch in this Mr. Beast hospital. Sorry, guys. Nothing good ever happens, huh? You had an Italiano grandma, so I lost in carrot cake I made up for in SARS. That's awesome. You don't like cake with icing? What? Doesn't that make it just like super dry? Unless... Ugh. Guys, don't do the political violence thing. It's not good. It's gonna get you in trouble. What time is it where you're at? It's 2 a.m. for me. Oh fuck, I do have to get up tomorrow. I have to wake up. We got tomorrow. It sucks. Tres leches. I feel like I have, but it's been forever. Do. Okay. Sorry. Corey Feldman, looking exactly like Corey Feldman would look in the late 2000s, but wearing those thick glasses he often wore as a child star. He was dressed in one of those military jackets that you could get in just about every store back in the 2000s and some camo khakis. He had a green military-style cap on, too. And I remember all this because, let me stress, I was 100% sure that I was looking at Corey Feldman. And when he took another step towards the campfire, I saw that he was not, in fact, Corey Feldman, because I happen to know that Corey Feldman is a pretty short guy, 5'3" or 5'4", and this guy was clearly a fair few inches taller than that dude. And he also had this little scar on his cheek that Corey Feldman does not have. But beyond that, if I'd been asked to pick this guy out in a lineup, I would have put the DVD of Stand By Me in the player. Now, trying not to let the guy know that he'd startled us, me and Mikey were saying something like, "Hey bud, how's it going? You out hunting? How's the game?" You know, those sort of questions. And he said his name was Bucky to his friends, and this was before the MCU had really popped off, so we were in the sort of Bucky. Again! You feel like Joel is changing his stance on ZGs? What's ZGs? Zagis? Is that cake? Joel, I've been learning about Moroza and her lineage. She was a Roman noblewoman who was accused of having an affair and child with Pope Sergius III. The child went to become Pope John the 11th. Interesting. Morozia's other child, Alberic II of Spoleto, became a powerful military leader and overthrew his mother during her wedding ceremony to her third husband. Interesting. It is interesting how the evolution of the church, just wrought with politic. I'd be curious about if after you study all of that and you get up to date on where, like modern day, I'd be curious if you'd studied because you'll probably see a direct parallel and then eventually the intersection between, that and like the Ottoman Empire. Just generally interested to see what you learn. And then I guess after that you'll have to go back even further to the original Abrahamics. He said his name was Bucky to his friends, and before we even had a chance to invite him, Buck sat at a campfire and helped himself to a steak off the damn grill. "Want a beer too, Bucky?" Mikey asked, and Buck replied that his name was Buck, not Bucky, and I'm not sure if he wasn't... And I wasn't sure if he was joking or if he was trying to make a strong point to say, "Yeah, we're not friends, so you can't call me that." But the dude was chowing down on our goddamn steak, so in my eyes, they gave us the right to call him whatever we damn well pleased. Feeling a little impolite at his rudeness, I asked him how often people called him Corey, and he stared at me through those thick glasses and was kind of saying, "Huh? Corey? What are you talking about?" And I waited for him to laugh, but it never came. I told him not to worry about it, but he just pushed, and I had to ignore Mikey's stifling giggles as I was forced to say, "Well, buddy, you kind of look like the actor Corey Feldman." But Buck just stared at me. And then he says, "Don't you mean Adam Sandler?" "What?" And then he went on to claim that everyone always compared him to Adam Sandler, that he looked like the guy. And I'm sure most of you know this, but Adam Sandler and Corey Feldman do not look a thing alike, and this guy did not look like Adam freaking Sandler. I shot Mikey a look, is this guy yanking our chains, and Mikey was no help, but he just sort of girlishly was giggling behind his hand. "Yeah," Buck said, "people say that I look like Adam Sandler, but my friends call me Kyle." "Wait, what?" And I thought this guy's friends called him Bucky, and this got more confusing by the minute. He explained that he called Kyle after Chris... "You're like a father figure to all of us." "Thanks, Kay. I will pay for everyone's college. Unfortunately, it's going to have to be DeVry. It's going to have to be Snagglepuss Online. Unfortunately, the college that I'm going to have to send all of you to is learning how to sweep up shit at an Amish farm." "What if I were graduated from college?" "Well, then now you'll be paying for everybody else's." Sorry, no takesy backsies. I'm the canceled TV host of all of us. That would be kind of funny. What if that's like why I ended up on YouTube in the first place? I had a very storied career as a late night talk show host on NBC for 2013 to 2019, and it just didn't work out. I kept saying that people getting killed for their political views was just like chill, you know what I mean? So I had to move on to YouTube. Do the people I live with think I'm in my room talking to myself? Yeah, they understand that I'm schizophrenic. They get it. My cat. Fuck, man. I was the original canceled culture. What themes do you find yourself humming the most recently? It's been Alicia from Expedition 33 for you. Oh, I don't even know. Whatever played like 15 seconds ago at whatever restaurant I was at. It just rings in my bell day in and day night. I don't fucking know. Secretly have an Amish girlfriend. Yeah, I pick her up every day from the mushroom farms. She's pregnant with my devil's seed. He explained they call him Kyle, after Chris Kyle, the American sniper dude. But he doesn't like being called Kyle because he makes that guy look like a baby. Buck apparently was a trained sniper, and he told us about some of his best shots. I can't remember, and I can't be bothered to recount it, but the exact details of these claims, but let's just say that as someone with even a passing interest in long-range rifles and snipers who comes from a military family, you would have to be the most talented marksman to ever exist in order to pull off some of the shots that Buck was claiming, to the point that some of them were not humanly possible. Apparently, he stayed prone for over 3 days without eating and drinking and using the bathroom, just to avoid shooting a woman who was in the way of his target, a Taliban leader. Mikey, who was getting a bit drunk at this point, asked why the woman and the Taliban leader were having a 3-day-long conversation in the first place, and Buck looked at him like he just wanted to... Oh shit. Oh, it's buffering. Damn. Disconnected, attempting to reconnect a few seconds ago, stream closed. I think... It's back. Okay, cool. Sweet, I was gonna say. Joe! YouTube almost lost connection to heaven. Welcome back to heaven. Our Wi-Fi went out. Joey! No, Joey! Joey's such a funny name. I feel like if you're like 80 years old still being called Joey, you should just like always be in a diaper with a binky in your mouth. Oh, thanks, Christine. Love you too. You don't mind shoveling poop? Alright, good. You got a lot to learn. Fiber optics is the only solution. Bro, I wish my internet wasn't, I don't even know. Wasn't complete poop shit. Wasn't complete Dr. Poop Shit PhD. Would you rather be named Joey or Quandale? Quandale, dude. Quandale Dingle. Also, our internet connection disconnected and it jumped up to... Do you think it did it because we got to like 500 people? Look at me waxing on about the metadata. Anyways, let's not fuck it up. Let's keep 500 here. Do you ever look down upon those who don't have air fryers? Every single day. They are lesser thans. Mikey, who was getting a bit drunk at this point, asked why the woman and the Taliban leader were having a 3-day conversation in the first place, and Buck looked at him like he wanted to bite his eyes out. Genuine, absolute fury at being questioned. It wasn't enough to sober Mikey up, and it was enough. It was enough to sober Mikey up, and let me tell you, that's no mean feat. The problem is, sober, insulted Mikey is a lot more confrontational than drunk, mocking Mikey. So when Buck told his next story, some elaborate yarn about ricocheting a bullet off of 3 different metal surfaces and saving a pregnant woman from a rogue American general who was clearly meant to be Marlon Brando in Apocalypse Now, Mikey called BS. Like literally he just said BS, and then started humming Ride of the Valkyries. Buck stood up fast and began to reach into the waistband of his pants. Both of us leapt to our feet, and within seconds, I had my own pistol trained on him. I don't drink, unlike Mikey, and I do carry. I'm the designated don't F with us guy when we go hiking because you'd be surprised how many times you need one of those. Now Buck says, Hey, steady on, guys. We got a couple of wannabe soldiers on our hands, huh? Excuse me, buddy. Oh. Yeah, I upgraded my air fryer to just like sitting the meat out in the sun. Did you guys ever do that instead? It's way quicker. Yeah. Like, why would anybody want to deep fry air? Think about going to bed too. It was the first time in live chat. You're so kind. I'll be back Sunday night, Joel. I'm finishing the stream at work tomorrow. Please do a Chills impression before I go. Have a good day at work. Don't work too hard, or the bed bugs will not clock in your overtime, eh? You have a ninja griddle. Is that what the hell? What the helly? Okay. Sometimes I wish like something would come out of nowhere and just attack me. Not in like a dangerous you die sort of way, but just sort of like a nice challenge. Excuse me, buddy. You were the one who was seemingly just reaching for a gun. Buck then says that he could tell that he wasn't wanted, but that maybe we'd be... God damn it. Buck then I can't read, I'm gonna die. Buck then goes on to say that he could tell that he wasn't wanted, but that maybe Buck then says that he could tell that he wasn't wanted, but that maybe we'd better watch out, because he owned this land, he didn't, and had every right to shoot us, he didn't. And then Bucky stormed off into the trees, never to be seen again, by us anyway. Now the next day we packed up and continued our hike. We were just walking along chatting when suddenly out of nowhere we hear a crack, and a bullet hitting a tree about 20 feet away from us. Mikey and I are both like, what the crap? Is some hunter taking pot shots? And the idea that it was Buck for some reason didn't even occur to us. And so we call out, saying, hey buddy, careful over here. And we're wearing these very high-vis jackets, all that good stuff, and then another shot rings out, and we can see it hit almost exactly where the first bullet had. Mikey and I drop to the ground, run behind a tree out of line of sight of the shooter, and try to scour our surroundings. There's no sign of anyone, and we both whisper, Bucky, at the same time. But it couldn't be. Those shots were accurate. Well, the second one... Just watch Peacemaker. Do you think it's possible to have an eagle for a pet? Oh yeah, 100%. Easy peasy. Try it. Go find one. Stick your hand out. If it lands, it's yours. Have they, like normal, conventional wrestling, what's it called? Freestyle or whatever? Have they ever tried creating like a sort of NFL of normal wrestling? Like the kind that you see in like college or whatever. I know they have the WWE, but I mean, obviously it's like quite a bit different. Uh-oh, stream. Did it go out again? Really? I don't see anything. Oh, okay. Over there. He was an absolute crack shot, even if he was a crackpot. We have a whispered conversation, shocked that maybe Buck was... Wait, what the fuck? Where are we? Those shots were accurate. Well, the second one was anyway. And we have a whispered conversation, shocked that maybe Buck was actually telling the truth, at least to some extent. He was an absolute crack shot, even if he was a crackpot. But what the hell could we do? There was no sign of him anywhere, and we're just sort of sitting ducks out here. I decided to put something to the test. I grabbed something out of my pack, a water bottle or something, and tossed it out into the open. The shooter fired, and it blew out of the air. This was a serious, genuine pro. And based on the directions the shots were coming from and the size of the tree that we were hiding behind, I knew that we were somewhat safe. So I called out, "Hey, Buck, buddy, you're not trying to hurt us, are you?" And there was no reply. Just silence and then another gunshot, causing bark to explode from the same tree. Something smells weird. Got like a sudden whiff of like marijuana. Maybe it's a skunk outside. Hey, thanks, random one. Appreciate you, dude. Just being silly. Just doing my silliness routine. My silly skin routine. Where when someone asks you what your skin routine is, you say, I just wear somebody else's skin. When I breathe through my nostrils, are you very frustrated? Maybe it's probably an indication that it's like I'm trying to lock in a little bit. Like today, this whole week has been like a degree of just like trying to put out a series of fires in life in general. And so like I notice whenever it's like from one thing to the next, I'm like, okay, just right into it kind of thing. If you were a Digimon, which one are you? I don't really know a whole lot about Digimon. I did watch it back in like 3rd or 4th grade or something, but beyond that, I never really got into digital monsters. Though I did have the toys, too. Flavor Flav. Who do you get the best advice from? Well, like more recently today, related to that business, there was this one guy who was thinking about buying into the business, but I like wouldn't let him because it was like the business wasn't doing well, and it would just complicate things for him and his family and myself if like they somehow got involved financially or whatever. But like talking to him was crazy. It was like, I don't know, just talking to like a really, really intelligent, wise guy. A wise guy. Is he still alive? Yeah, I just talked to him today. There was no reply. Silence. And then another gunshot, causing bark to explode from the same tree he'd shot at before. Now maybe this was my inner optimist, but I took that as a no. Meanwhile, Mikey says screw this, and decided to run from one point of cover to another. My heart basically stopped. A shot rang out, and I expected to see my buddy crumple, but no, he made it to safety. And instead, the shooter had hit this tree Mikey was aiming to hide behind. He was toying with us, and it was some kind of sick game. We ditched all of our equipment so we could move light, and all we brought was enough water to last us the day or so that we could get back to the truck, and we figured if we really pushed ourselves, we could make it without stopping. The whole journey back, the shooter just took these potty shots. He was shooting poop at us. Oh man, I'm fucking mentally checked out. Ozempic. What's up, Semi? How grows it? Okay. It's funny, like, as the stream goes on, you can tell, like, everybody kind of just runs out of energy. Okay, there was silence, we ditched other. I need some cheesecake. Hell yeah, dude. Get me some, please. We ditched all of our equipment so we could move light. All we brought was enough water to last us the day or so that it would take to get back to the truck. We figured if we really pushed ourselves, we could make it without stopping. Now this whole journey back, the shooter was taking pot shots at us, but shots designed to prove that he was a crack. Now the whole journey back, the shooter was taking pot shots at us, but shots designed to prove that he was a cracked marksman. He'd shoot at this thin branch off of a tree, and then he'd land a shot directly in the whirl of some trunk, and it was honestly uncanny, and I'm almost starting to believe that Buck guy was actually capable of the feats that he'd claimed. The marksmanship that he was displaying was insane, and not once did we see the damn guy. He'd been dressed in basic civilian military gear, sure, but not full camo, and besides, to stay hidden in the forest, he would have needed to change outfits at certain points, and it was like he was a goddamn chameleon, which I guess did fit with what Buck claimed. Eventually, after 22 hours of solid running and crouching and ducking, because who could tell if the shooter would finally decide to stop toying with us and finish us off, we saw the parking lot. The truck appeared, thankfully undamaged, and I say, Mikey, you did take the keys out of your backpack before you ditched it, right? It says something about the type of terror we felt that he didn't even try joking that he'd left them behind. He didn't even make a joke as he's being shot at for 22 hours. What the fuck? What's up, Jessica? Young and beautiful. Honestly, probably not. And I say, Mikey, you did take the keys out of your backpack before you ditched it, right? And he says something. This is such a silly line. And it says something about the type of terror we felt that he didn't even try joking that he'd left them behind. I had no idea if Buck was still watching us. Maybe he wanted us to get to the truck, think we were safe, and take us both out there and then. We waited for 5 and then 10 minutes, and then that familiar crack sounded, but it was far away and in a different direction. I can't explain how, but somehow it was almost like he was telling us that we were safe to go. We got into the truck, and before I got in, I noticed something resting on the windshield. It was a spent cartridge that I later discovered was some kind of Winchester cartridge. It had been placed there deliberately. I picked it up careful as I could in my gloved hand and slipped it into a Ziploc bag that I had in the truck, and then we drove to the nearest town and obviously went to the damn sheriff's office. The sheriff himself, who was on duty, fucking duty, doodah. The real, non-staged wrestling organization, like the stuff you see in the Olympics, is just called USA Wrestling. Oh, that makes sense. I don't know why, I just figured, like, since it seems to be so popular on the collegiate level, you think that there would just be, like, something beyond just the Olympics. You guys are reporting to me to HR? You guys are going to get me fired off of YouTube for being such a terrible late night host. See Brock Lesnar's fights in the UFC? I did back in the day, yeah. He was pretty scary, huh? Why no female MLB players? It's a good point. Am I still on Twitch? Nah. You should prank us one day and just not talk to the chat the whole time. I should just leave it on and go on a walk. Grapefruit is S-tier citrus. Interesting. You know what's actually S-tier? Well, it might not be citrus, actually. But you can get a lot of vitamin C from kiwi. And that's kind of cool. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. Jesus Christ, guys. I'm so boring. It's insane. I can never think of anything interesting to talk about. The sheriff himself was on duty, thankfully, and I guess it was a quiet day as usual, because he came out to meet us personally. We told him everything, and about how we'd met this guy who seemed okay at first, but then became more threatening, and how the next day, he began taking extremely accurate, yet intentionally avoidant pot shots at us. And the sheriff nodded his head, almost sagely and wisely, and we got the impression that maybe Buck was some sort of local character, and we were about to hear some wild tale. The sheriff asked us to describe the guy that we were talking about, and obviously we both said that he looked like Corey Feldman. Kind of thick glasses, bragged about being a sniper, full of crap, and absolutely definitely looked like Corey. Now the sheriff asked us if he told us his name was Buck, and we said yeah, expecting him to nod and explain that Buck was some kind of veteran with PTSD, Rambo type or something like that, and we waited for his response. And instead of looking assured, the sheriff's face went white. He asked us to come with him, and led us to the holding cells at the back of the station. He asked us if this was the guy that we'd met. Now sure enough, Corey Buck Feldman sat on the cell bed looking dejected and very hungover. So much so that even when he saw us, he perked up a little bit and acted like we were his buddies, here to get him out of there. I went to say something like, maybe you shouldn't have tried to kill us, when the sheriff interrupted me. Now the night that we met Buck, he came driving into town, blind drunk, and got pulled over for a DUI, and then he'd been locked up in the drunk tank ever since. Whoever had been taking these warning shots at us was not Buck. We handed that bullet casing over to the sheriff, and the sheriff shamefully admitted that he put that on our windshield, even so... What? You're doing algebra in the stream just to feel my pulse. That's funny. I only got 5 seconds to solve this. X equals 3. Negative 2.5. Young and I can't stop. Okay. We handed the bullet casing over to the sheriff, and Buck shamefully admitted he put that on our windshield, so even that wasn't. Oh. How much to get you to read some Dr. Seuss to us? $100. $100 million. Dr. Sus. Oh my god. Justin, you should make that. Dr. Sus. That's like a fucking... It's just like adult... It's like an adult picture book. Written by Dr. Sus. That'd be great. I don't know if you would get sued by the Seuss estate, but I think it's worth it. You could just post it on like a Patreon or some shit. Josh Bennett, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access. to bonus content. Where all the sauce is at. Where did all the sauce go? 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, gay fish, winky face. Thing 1 and Thing 2 whipped out their Thing 3s and shot their Spelunka Mooka, their Spelonga Donga all over the walls of the cat. I don't know. Just write that. That's written in there. I don't know. I couldn't think of anything gay to say. Yeah, Thang 1 and Thang 2. The anti-sus movement. There's a movement online. People have been hashtagging and complaining on the internet. Turns out, doesn't really do much. Jensen, oh shit, Dr. Sus by day, just your average CPA, but by night, he's Dr. Sus, sadistic to making homosexual jokes to other men in the Turkish bathhouse. He likes to drink. Thank you for the 63 months, big doggy. What are you doing? Step sussy. Step cat in the hat. He spread the cat's innards. We handed the bullet casing over to the sheriff, but Buck shamefully admitted that he'd put that on our windshield even, so that clearly wasn't a clue. The sheriff promised to send a team out to investigate, but we had very little in the way of actual evidence. Just a blow-by-blow account of a guy who absolutely could have killed us, but didn't. And when we tell that story back now, we call him The End. If you ever played Metal Gear Solid back in the day, that's kind of how we pictured him. Just some insane, super old dude sitting in the woods with his pet parrot, protecting his land from interlopers like us. He was never found, of course. The woods were a hunting ground. Bullet holes and bullet casings and bullet residue was all over the damn place. Buck seemed especially focused on wanting to help, and I think he was actually affronted that there was an actual sniper in town who was quote-unquote better than him. Weirdly, for some reason I let Buck... Horton hears a sussy baka. Horton hears a domestic dispute. Just got home from the gym, had a healthy version of the Whataburger BBQ chicken sandwich. Do I hate myself? No, I don't. I mean, sometimes, I guess, we all have those moments where we're like, oh god, what the fuck am I looking at right now? Horton hears your mom squealing while you're playing PS5 in the other room. Who's eating Gilbert's ass? Horton hears Nawuga. The Grunch. Cat and the Gat. That's perfect. That's absolutely perfect, darling. Oh my god. Write that down. Write that down. We need to know that for later. Someone will publish our perverted tales. Horton hears an overly loud gay man in the J.C. Penney. Why won't he ever shut up? Horton asks him, do you always talk like that when you go home? Weirdly, for some reason I let Buck give us his email and we've stayed in touch over the years. He's still a complete oddball, what they call a conspiracy head, and his latest thing is that he's a victim of some kind of covert surveillance. But surprisingly, he's good for a beer or two if you're ever down in the vicinity, which, despite our run-in with the Phantom Sniper, sometimes Mikey and I still are. We don't go to that area of the woods. Maybe the sniper is sitting there in his wheelchair, dead of old age like that Metal Gear Solid guy. Maybe he's just blowing off steam between some CIA Black Ops mission because goddamn, if you ever wanted a shooter on the team, that unknown, unseen sniper really did make Chris Kyle and even Bucky, who lets us all... oh my gosh. Who lets us all him that now I might add. Who lets us... Oh. Jesus. Call. Okay. There we go. Okay. All right. 21. Horton goes ass to mouth for money. Horton sells his... Alright, we're going to look up all the titles of the Dr. Seuss books now to make silly little jokes. David Monroe Glada, thank you for the $7 Canadian. Let's see. Green eggs and cum. The Lorax, but it's the gay guy. Yertle the turtle gets sick. Hop on my pop. The cat and the gat. How the Grinch stole my virginity. The Lorax is the gay guy. Remember that one? Fox in pink socks. Sneeches. What could Sneeches be? What do you guys think for Sneeches? Green eggs and hamstrings. It's like bent over like a bodybuilder hamstrings. How the Grinch stole my innards. Sneeches. Get Steeches. What's green eggs and ham? Oh, I guess we already said green eggs and cum. Alright, well, we got them all. Thanks, guys. Meet next week at an AA meeting. Speak for the trees, and the trees are speaking Vietnamese. It all went down on Mulberry Street. It all went down on Epstein's Island. Horton hears a humping. What's this one? The Bipolar Seed? And other lost stories about my ex-wife. Huh. Did not know he wrote that one. The Nut Butter Battle Book. What the fuck are these? These are real titles. The Meet and Greet. Can you imagine, instead of like a Grindr app, it's just called Meet and Greet. MEAT. What's up, Jade? How goes it? Look up the pocketbook of boners. It's a pocket. Look it up. Okay. Pocketbook of boners. What the hell? What the hell, Dr. Seuss? It's just a bunch of pictures of his boners that he sent to people and his fans. Weird. Can we all agree that you said something funny and we all laughed? What was it? Was it up here? I'd like to laugh. I like when people say jokes and stuff. Let's see. Where is it? Scrolling. Bruh, what? Bruh, saying bruh's funny, yeah? Or was that not it? Okay. You know, I didn't see it. I missed it. Damn it. This is usually what I do when I go to a stand-up comedian's show. I say, I can't hear you. Can you say it again? How the Grunch ripped out my innards. Sesame Street. Oh, shit. Big Bird. Dr. Sussy Baka. Dr. Suss E. Baka. Holy shit, that's good. Alright. Can you send me an unsolicited photo? That's one of Dr. Suss's most famous chapter books. Can we be best friends? I'll tell you anything you want to know about history. Let's go. Let's hear it. Tell me about... Did Donald Trump's uncle... Was he actually part of the team that went to collect Nikola Tesla's research? And how strange is that? The Gooch. The Giving Tree. Ripped off my clothes. Time travelers. I mean, it's strange because, like, what was that one? Remember that one book called The Last President? Let's see this. Let's look this up. Do you guys ever hear the one about the last president? Written by R.L. Feinstein. I swear algorithms are aligned. I just saw a video with Trump's uncle and Tesla. Well, I haven't seen... Oh, yeah. Must be. Everything I say immediately becomes a video. Because in the future. Alright, yes, I'm familiar with it. You're probably talking about Baron Trump's marvelous underground journey. 1893. Baron Trump's marvelous underground journey. 1893 and 1900, or The Last President, 1896, by Ingersoll Lockwood. A lot of people find this strange because of the coincidences. The character's name. The earlier books feature a boy named Baron Trump, which reminds people of Donald Trump's son Baron. Plot setup. Baron Trump is a wealthy kid who goes on bizarre adventures guided by the Dawn. Guided by the Dawn. The Last President in 1900 describes a New York election upset where an outsider candidate wins, causing chaos in the city. People point to similarities with Trump's outsider presidency. Imagery and setting. The story talked about protests, mobs, and upheaval in the streets of New York after the election, which fuels the prophetic vibe. I don't know. I guess the names are the biggest thing. What happens? What adventures does Baron go on? Baron lives in Castle Trump in Kaiser Wilhelm's Germany. He discovers an old manuscript by a philosopher called Don Fum, often just the Don, which describes hidden words deep inside the earth. Bored with life on the surface, Baron sets off to find these underground realms, taking his dog Bolger with him. The world of the transparent folk, a subterranean race with see-through bodies. Baron can literally see their hearts and blood moving. He finds them kind but strange and eventually leaves. The round-shouldered inhabitants, a society of people with odd, hunched forms. Their world has different rules and physics perspective, which challenges Baron's thinking. The rattlebrains, people who speak in constant riddles and nonsense, almost satirical political debate. Baron grows frustrated with how irrational they are. The land of the Micromanians, a world of tiny people where Baron is like a giant. He has to be careful not to crush things accidentally. The Frozen Realm, a place of eternal ice and darkness. He nearly dies before finding a way back to the surface. Interesting. Don Fupa. You know where you can find the book for free? I'm sure it's on the internet somewhere. Typing on my keyboard. ASMR. Oh, wait, okay, so... what was Donald Trump's dog's name during his presidency? Let's see. So he didn't have a dog or animal during his presidency. Oh, what the fuck? I thought every president has to have a dog. That's probably why people latch onto the Lockwood books. In them, young Baron Trump has a loyal dog named Bolger. Nice bulge. Which feels like a weird contrast to real life where Trump didn't keep pets. Still, though, quite strange. Baron Bussy Trump. Did you know that Baron Trump is now 7 feet tall? Fuck me, man. He really is a giant. Alright. It is 3 in the morning. I think we got literally one more story to go. So let me go take my magnesium. I have a concept of a plan. And I'll be right back. Be nice to each other. Can't teach an old butt new farts. Put some baby powder on his balls, don't stick to the chair. I'm at a stand-up desk, I'll have you know. It's not like they stick to a chair, they stick to my fucking leg. Joel poops so much. Remember when like iDubbbz's wife or whatever would say that he just shits a lot and he farts a lot and he's gross? I thought that was really nice of her. She's like such a nice lady. wonder if smokers ever have the intrusive thoughts of putting 2 cigarettes in their nostrils and inhaling the smoke. Or yeah, like smoking 2 cigarettes at once. Like, hello. Like, doesn't that make sense? If you're a cigarette smoker, like, why would you not smoke 2 cigarettes at once at least? I feel like 2 is pretty doable if you're not a baby. I'd have walked so Instagram comment section could run. True. That's where it all began. He taught, honestly, he's to blame for all the racism in the world. Nothing he can do can make up for it. Had a guy do the nose ciggies at a metal show once. Damn. That guy deserves to fucking get made love to. Okay. Guys, I need you to focus. This next story, you gotta listen to it. Back in the 90s, myself and a couple of girlfriends used to go wilderness hiking. We were extremely into it. Kind of, We were extremely into it. Kind of our whole personalities. I loved it and so did the others, Sarah and Ashley, and we decided to go on a 2-day exploration. We drove as deep into the woods as we could and decided to spend the days... Man, I really hoped I would find a fucking rhythm a little bit, you know what I mean? You're gonna gargle me. You're gonna turn me into a liquid. Gargle me and spit me in a Patua can. Patooey. Y'all remember the dad in Coneheads smoke a whole pack at once? Yeah, that guy rocked. He knew what was good. The modern day Jeffrey Dahmer. Thank you. Thank you. And the reason I do it is mainly just for content. Your Honor, I did it for the Vine. We drove as deep into the woods as we could and decided to just spend the day there and then camp there overnight. We parked on a dirt road and hiked until midday, then settled down for some food. Now, keen to get going, we ate a little bit and then began to explore the area. We'd never been here before. It was kind of an odd location. It was very deep into the woods, but the dirt track had allowed us to drive down here fairly easily. Ashley was a photographer, and she had some kind of fancy camera that she used to take nature photos. Now, this was before the days of digital cameras and camera phones, of course, so she had to be kind of picky about what she snapped. And that's what drew my attention. 1, 2, 3 photos almost in a row. I looked over to where Ashley was, and she was standing near a rock face. I couldn't see what she'd seen, so I angled around and realized that hiding behind a curtain... Was Vine brain rot? Yeah, Vine was the beginning of brain rot. It's what inspired... It's wild to think that they started it, like the quick, just brain rot, type of content, and then they went out of business, and now everybody does short form bullshit. Filthy Frank was the father of brain rot. Oh yeah, dude. Rot me from the inside. Okay. Oh. Your story is gone? What story? What little story did you type? Road work ahead. I sure hope it does. Yeah, I don't know what it was, but like Vine was able to maybe there just wasn't enough creators. Maybe it didn't really make that many Vines specifically big. And obviously, I don't know, maybe it's just because we're so inundated with content, but I thought we already were by the point of Vine already. But it's strange to think how many vines were so wildly popular worldwide. Like, I mean, I assume we still have that to a degree, but maybe more so in concepts like Evil Larry and SpongeBob. I couldn't tell what she'd seen, so I angled around and realized that hiding behind this curtain of vines was a cave. She'd been using her flash to light up the interior of that cave before going in. Sarah chastised her in case it was some bear's den, but pointed out that bears hadn't been active in that area since probably way back in the 70s. It was a pretty safe area this far deep into the woods, and Ashley said that this may be so, but something had clearly been using the cave as its lair for a long time. We could tell it was abandoned, though, because there was... Ashley said that this may be so, but something had clearly been using the cave as its lair a long time ago. We could tell it was abandoned, though, because there was some rocks covering the entrance, which had a sort of... Damn it. Oh, I hate it when you say it like that. Just because it's an adult beverage does not mean that we as adults have to drink it. Alcohol is just so reprehensible. Dr. Suss is back. My time is Nicholas, and this is ridiculous. I got mad gummy money, and it's a deliciousness. Almost done. Keep going. Vine was the last great social media platform to be invented. Everything after that has been toxic garbage. Vine was like, you get 7 seconds, so don't do anything stupid. Go make someone laugh. Yeah. Where'd the clip feature go? I do wish, like, clips on here were just easier. You know what I mean? Like, just so that, like, any sort of funny stuff that may have been said at some point could be, like, easily grabbed and then put into, like, a compilation of material. Farmville. That was the day. Those were the day. We could tell it was abandoned, though, because there were some rocks covering the entrance, which we had to clamber over to get inside. Now, this curtain of vines had fell over the entrance, and almost no natural light filled the cave. Sarah and I turned our flashlights on, and we looked around. Now, it definitely had been some type of animal's lair once. There were very old remains littered in one corner, and then the dry, dusty, musky smell it gave. Fuck me, man, I can't figure this fucking story out. There were very old remains littered in one corner, and then the dry, dusty, musky smell gave it an almost comforting feel. I could imagine a cartoon bear holed up there with its cute little cubs. Now, we explored the cave. It was actually pretty small and had a fire pit in the center. People had clearly used it as a camping spot at some point, which made sense given the slight hole in the roof and the fact that the entrance clearly used to be bigger. Sarah joked that it would be a great place for hotboxing, and I just rolled my eyes. We did decide to camp in the cave, though, and it meant that we didn't have to bother setting up the tent, and even if it rained, it was sheltered enough that we start sucking. How did Vines go out of business when they were so popular? I don't know. I guess because they didn't monetize it. Like, were there any ads that you remember? Somehow they just, like, couldn't figure out how to put ads in their stupid shit like everybody else does. Seems like it would have been a pretty simple solution if they, like, hired it. And I'm pretty sure Twitter before Elon bought Vine. Which seems strange, because you think they would have revitalized it to be able to, like, I don't know, have their own thing, but it seems like they didn't really care. Musical.ly bought Vine. Oh, okay. I thought it was Twitter. Let's look it up. Let's book it up. Who bought Vine once it shit down? It's all good. You're allowed to be wrong. If by once it's shut down you mean it's a discontinuation, there's no public record of a successful purchase of Vine after it was shut down. Though it was rumors of potential buyers when Twitter announced it was shutting the app down in late 2006. Wait, what? Did Twitter already own it? Yes, Twitter already owned Vine before it shut down. Here's the headline. June 2012, Vine was founded by Dom Hoffman, Russ Yusupov, and Colin Kroll. October 2012, before Vine even launched publicly, Twitter acquired it. Oh. January 2013, Twitter officially launched Vine as a short-form video app. Whoa. That's crazy. I didn't know it was a Twitter thing. October 2016, Twitter announced it would discontinue Vine. January 2017, Vine was officially shut down, turned into Vine Camera. Fascinating. I mean, yeah, there would really be no reason to create an entire thing. You should really consider making not safe for work audios. Do you think it would be cringe? Do you think it would turn into cringe? Where do you even promote that kind of stuff? And where would you even get stories? Hey there, I'm sending you a steamy hot one today. You pooed on my chesticles. Am I allergic to money, success, fame, love, and adoration, and absolute freaks that would be in your inbox? If not, click continue. Sending a real steamer. They have script writers. Sometimes the old Smosh shut up into the sound pops in my head. I don't even remember. 50 Shades of Gay. I should honestly maybe consider it. Dude, something smells to the point where my eyes are fucking burning. I don't know what the fuck it is. I didn't make food. I'm showered and cleaned. What the fuck is going on? What is hitting me, bro? Is there some sort of chemical in the fucking air? Dude, I don't even know. Something feels really weird. Shampoo got my eyes. Ah, you're right. Ah! I don't think I farted. Yeah, I hotboxed myself with a stinky. Kitty, come on in here. Come on. Don't make me ask thrice. I didn't have to. He's coming. Good boy. Oh, wait, where's your bed? Oh, it got moved. It was really cute, so I was babysitting for a little while, and she was down here freaking obsessed with making forts. So she just takes a million different things and makes a fort. But the fort was specifically for Pradeep. This was his, he has a fort that's now made for him out of everything that exists down here. But then the whole time Pradeep was just in the corner of the couch, just I'm not happy with any of this, and I will not be using it, but I will stick around to see what happens. So now his bed's all over the place. Gilbert Godfrey reads 50 Shades of Grey. Should consider investigating the smell. Could be something serious. What could it be, though? Maybe you know what I'm thinking? If I think it smells like a weed, it's probably a skunk, right? And if a skunk is close, it means it maybe got into a fight with a animal or something. Why would a skunk, and to the point where, check my plugs or stove. I think it's an electric stove, though. Let's look it up. Does skunk smell in the air outside sometimes irritate your eyes? Yes, skunk spray drifting in the air can irritate eyes. Skunk spray contains sulfur-based compounds called thiols, also known as mercaptans. There are the chemicals that make the smell so pungent. They are volatile and can travel easily through the air, and when they come in contact with sensitive tissues, your eyes, nose, or throat, they cause irritation. Yeah, Dr. Skunk is out there, I think. And if he's attacked by something, maybe it's like just spraying. Get a baby skunk, go in your garage and spray. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hold on a second. I'm wondering if my garage is actually open. A swamp-ass monster crawling out of my butt. Alright, I don't know, bro. It's probably just a gas leak, no worries. Yeah, no window AC down here. A natural gas leak? Do you think so? What would it sound like? One second, real quick. It was my ass. It was my ass. I can't control my farts anymore. They just seep out. Hey, Nimrod. Thank you, bro. Good to see you. Whatever it is, you don't want to lose oxygen. But that would ruin my audio quality. That's a good point, though. Maybe well, if it's a skunk outside, don't you think then he'll spray through the window or some shit? You know what? I'm sorry, guys. This is such a waste of time, but let me just check. I do have carbon monoxide detectors down here, and there is like a gas fireplace type thing, but the pilot light is on, so like, you know, if there is a bunch of gas, wouldn't it just explode from that and kill everybody? Anyways, I left the window open, so, you know, still sensitized by a lot of things on the net. I haven't watched yeah, don't watch those videos, man. It's not gonna help you. All it's gonna do is fill you with like fear and depression. Last time I checked the batteries, well, I think you just plug it into the wall, right? So like it's just gonna continue to draw power as a carbon monoxide thing, right? Or am I wrong? Get a lighter, turn it on from the floor. If you blow up, you at least know that's true. Okay, that's a good point. And like the light, hold on a second. Now you guys got me paranoid. Okay, it's green. It's plugged in the wall, it's green. I mean, if it's green, the green light's on. That means, I'm good to go, right? Green is good. That's why they made it at the traffic lights like that. Sarah joked that it would be a great place for hotboxing, and I just rolled my eyes. We did decide to camp in the cave, though. It meant that we didn't have to bother setting up the tent, and even if it rained, it was sheltered enough that it was stuck backwards. Oh my god. We did decide to camp in the cave, though. It meant that we didn't have to bother setting up the tent, and even if it rained, it was sheltered enough that if we stuck towards the back, we'd be completely sheltered. So we explored some more in the daylight and then at night, and we settled down. We decided to cook on our stove outside the cave rather than risk falling. God, you can tell I'm fucking tired, bro. My words are like mushing together. Check your cat. Sometimes their butt glands get nasty. Happens to my cat. Smells horrible. Should I stick my nose like right in his ass? Man, I don't know. Just the fact that it's like kind of like semi-burning my eyes. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I don't know. I mean, if there's like from the gas fireplace where it connects to the gas, could there be a leak there? Right? I mean, somehow or some way, I don't fucking know. Maybe I'm just tired. Maybe that's it. Yeah, maybe you get tired and you just start smelling phantom stenches. Are my neighbors feeling it too? I have no idea. They're probably dead. Yeah, my stove is electric, so it's not gonna be there. Stroke. Possible stroke. Oh my god, did I tell you guys? Yeah. My one friend found out that, like, he's, like, younger than me, yeah, and his, like, ascending arterial to his brain next to his fucking spine on his neck, like, was, like, 70% occluded and, like, torn. Just really fucking sad. He has to just wait for it to heal, but I'm like, dude, if my friend dies, man, that'd be so fucking lame. No, it's not the gym friend. It's just like another one from back in the day working and stuff. Can I explain the smell in the best possible detail? I mean, it just smells... It felt like my first inclination is just like marijuana, right? It just smelled like marijuana, but I don't smoke marijuana, right? And then it's like... so I'm thinking skunk, because that's usually like, marijuana kind of smells like skunk and vice versa, whatever. Not entirely the same, but similar vibes. So it's, I feel like it's gotta be a skunk spraying or some shit. But it's just weird that it's like, I'm so sensitive to it. Anyways, I'm sorry to keep freaking rambling about this. It could be, maybe I've got somebody smeared something on the top of my lip and, oh yeah, there's shit right here. What the hell? Someone's poop. Someone put poop on my lip. We decided to cook on our stove outside the cave rather than risk filling the constricted area with smoke. It had clearly been a more open hidey hole the last time the fire pit had been used. We had a good dinner and then went into the cave to bunk down for the night. We were woken up by the mother of all storms, though. Nowhere in the weather reports had it suggested anything like this. It was like Mother Nature had just turned on us. Thunder, followed immediately by lightning, and I could thank the Lord that we were camping inside a cave instead of outside in a tent. That is until I heard a crack, a crash, and a rumbling. I flicked my flashlight on in the direction of the noise and watched in absolute horror as a rain of rocks fell down over the cave entrance. Immediately, the meager moonlight was almost drowned out, with the only light coming from the hole in the ceiling, which was a good 15 feet height. Oh my God. Alright, Emma, take care, dude. Good to see you. Maybe it's old laundry? I guess so. I mean, it should be clean laundry at this point. I don't really leave stuff in the washer. Immediately, the meager moonlight was almost drowned out, with the only light coming from... Oh my God, I don't know why I'm getting like worse at reading right now. Immediately, the meager moonlight was almost drowned out, with the only light coming in from the hole in the ceiling, which was a good 15 feet high. Oh my fucking God, bro. My brain, I'm stroking out, man. Immediately, the meager moonlight was almost drowned out, with the only light coming in from the hole in the ceiling, which was a good 15 feet high, if not more. With nothing else we could really do in the middle of the night during a thunderstorm to end all storms, we tried to sleep. And the next day we woke up what the hell's this word? I already took my magnesium. Maybe that's what's kicking in. I'm going loosey-gloosey. Frackalackin'. It's probably frackalackin'. How'd you know that? We woke up frackalackin'. Prolackin'. Dude, I'm kind of like, you know who I'm kind of tired of fucking seeing all the time? Who's like literally probably been around even before I was born. I feel like my grandfather like used to watch him on television. It's fucking Snoop Dogg. I think I've had enough fucking Snoop Dogg for like the rest of my life. Like, talk about a guy who literally just like every day wakes up in his fucking PJs and everyone's like, oh my God, can you be in everything? Can you be in fucking everything? And he's like, show, baby. Show. I just need my smoke and my drink. Like, I swear to God, like, I don't even know. Snoop Dogg could probably kill someone at the Super Bowl. Just like accidentally, like a pistol pops out of his pocket and like, discharges into the audience, hits a little kid between the eyes, right through his pineal gland. And everyone was like, hey, come on now. It's Snoop Dogg. No need to get upset over spilled milk. Him and Martha Stewart have a weird friendship. Well, yeah, I mean, it was like an insider trading thing probably, right? Isn't his name Calvin? Murder was the case they gave me. That's awesome. Snoop Dogg being named Calvin is like the funniest shit ever. It's like the dorkiest name I'd ever heard. What's up, y'all? It's Calvin. Calvanio. He's gone too commercial. I mean, he's been commercial for... I don't remember the last song that some of his songs were good for sure, but it's just wild to think like there's just no stopping him. Like he's literally just a guy who just does side quests and various advertisements essentially for the rest of his life. But it's weird to me that like every other celebrity in the history of celebrities, Pedro Pascal and all of his popularity, eventually people get fatigued. But it's almost like your brain is so conditioned to like seeing Snoop Dogg that you're like, oh yeah, he's kind of like Buddha, you know, or Jesus Christ. He just doesn't die. He's always going to be there, and there's always going to be like some sort of culturally relevant manner in which to utilize him in like a soap commercial. He's like, I don't use this shit, but you should. Haha. The next day we woke up fractious, sleep deprived, and snippy at each other. And this only worsened as we each had to pee in the back of the cave, which left a fairly unpleasant atmosphere. And then things got even worse as we tried to move the rocks from the entrance, only to realize that they were far too heavy for us to move from the inside, not to mention rain slicked. And we decided to sit down and just have some breakfast, lit by the meager sunlight that came in through the tiny gap in the cave ceiling. I hoped that our hunger abated and things would eventually calm down. I was messing with the rocks when I heard Sarah and Ashley begin whispering and arguing behind me. They had been in each other's... Oh, really? Snoop Dogg's only 53? What? Oh, he's only 53. Dude, I swore he was fucking set like 71. I'm not even joking. Or like 971. Huh. Oh, he's married. That's cool. Oh, his wife is actually older than him. That's kind of wild. Nice. Wait, Justin, you're 53 years old? That's not possible, bro. Did I just compare Holy Savior Jesus Christ to Snoop Dogg? Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, Snoop Dogg's just such a fucking staple in like Western existence at this point that like if I saw people wearing like an iced out chain of Snoop Dogg in a crucifix position, I wouldn't be surprised at that point. He's just kind of like the grass outside. He will always be there. Unless there was like a meteor or something. I was messing with the rocks when I heard Sarah and Ashley begin whisper arguing behind me. They'd been at each other's throats all vacation, which wasn't hugely unusual, so I tried ignoring it. It was one of those situations where we all shared a strong passion for exploring out in the woods, and they were both my friends, so they were kind of friends with each other by proximity. Now the whisper arguing turned into raid... I can't read and I'm dying. That has to be a skunk, bro. Has to be a skunk like right outside my shit, bro. Like hardcore wants to get in and just like saw Pradeep and started... Why do they spray? What's the fucking... Do they just build it up? Is it like a skunk is sleeping and it has a wet dream, but instead of jizz, it just like shoots out disgusting stench? Dude, it probably feels so good as a skunk to like squirt your stink at something. Like, get sprayed, bitch. It's a gland, but it's a liquid. It's a defense. Well, who the hell's going after a skunk? What even wants to eat a skunk? Maybe an owl? Or like a blinky? It was one of those situations where we all shared a strong passion for exploring the woods, and they were both my friends, so they were kind of friends with each other by proxy. The whisper arguing turned into raised voices arguing, though, and I couldn't ignore it anymore. Ashley was accusing Sarah of having an affair with her partner, and now Ashley had a tendency to be kind of paranoid when it came to her partner Tyler, and for good reason. He had cheated on her a number of times, and sometimes I wanted to shake her and say just leave him, but she wasn't having any of it. Now they were soulmates, even if in my opinion soulmates didn't typically screw other people. Now, though, it sounded like Ashley at least was convinced Tyler had actually screwed Sarah. And of course, this couldn't be true, though, as Tyler barely knew her, right? I expected Sarah to defend herself, and instead, she accused Ashley of being unable to please her man, so what did she expect when he ended up in another woman's bed? I stepped in at this point and just asked straight up, "Sarah, did you sleep with Tyler?" And she looked at me, and in the dim light of the cave, this look of shame on her face was very damning. And then she hardened up, just straight up confessed to it, stared Ashley down and told her that she'd done it with Tyler not once, not twice, but 3 times. And then, for whatever insane reason, she added that she'd let Tyler do things to her that Sarah... I'm about to go into detail here, guys. Close your ears. Mike Archangel with the 2 says cuttlefish spray out their intestines for the defense. Do they just suck it back in? They spray out their innards. We're having fried innards tonight. Oh, man. You can get descented ones as pets. I remember seeing a homeless dude more recently was petting a wild squirrel. But it was gnawing on his hand, you know what I mean? So obviously, and it was in the middle of the daytime too, I think, so it's very clearly had rabies. So it was kind of funny to see this old man just kind of casually allowing this skunk to give him rabies. I guess that's how it all starts, huh? That's how COVID started. It was a homeless guy and a pangolin getting it on. What's funny are vultures. Their defense mechanism is they projectile vomit at you. Vultures' vomit is terrible and they know it. Oh, damn. Ew, dude, vultures. Ew. Imagine getting projectile vomited on by a freaking vulture. Someone is lighting one up outside. Good Deepwood. Oh, that's Johnny Deppwood stories. They smoking that Deepwood. Oh, shit. I'm fucking cold. I don't even know why. And then, for whatever insane reason, she added that she'd let Tyler do things to her that Ashley was just too much of a prude to let him do. So maybe she should learn how to please her man a little more. And it kind of struck me weirdly at that moment that Sarah was a smoker and I hadn't seen her smoke a cigarette since we'd holed up in that cave. Weirdly thoughtful considering that she was out here ruining Ashley's confidence and life. I went to suggest that maybe she would light up and calm down, but then something even more insane happened. Ashley, calm, meek Ashley, was kind of a pushover, full on. What the fuck is this saying? God damn it. Ashley, calm, meek Ashley okay. I love when I get mad at a story for no reason. Somehow getting mad at it's gonna make me any better of a reader. Stick to your little stories, Joel. Just read your little stories, Joel, and stay out of our Guild of Assassins. Here at the Guild of Assassins, we take out people that get in the way of our grandiose plans and clandestine hopes and dreams. You will not interfere with the old gods, as the old gods will not be known by you. Just read your little stories, Joel. What's up, Thrashless Smith? How you doing, dude? Ashley, calm, meek Ashley, who was kind of a pushover, full body charged Sarah and slammed her into the ground. Then the pair were fighting, pulling hair, yelling and screeching so loud it echoed around the cave. In the end, this crazy cat fight is what actually saved us. Because a loud, deep male voice yelled down from the hole in the ceiling, asking what in the damn hell we were doing in there, yelling loud enough to wake the dead. I looked up, squinting against the sunlight, and I could have sworn the guy looking down at us was a member of ZZ Top. One of them with a beard, anyway. and I've never seen a hairier man with a bigger, whiter beard. It was like Gandalf, and he looked like an absolute definition of a wilderness survival mountain man, which I later found out is exactly what he was. I shouted up that we'd been trapped in the cave due to some type of rock slide and that we couldn't focus. We're trapped in here from a rock slide, Mr. Gandalf. Do I eat mystery meat? I could give it a try. Like at a glory hole. If you ever see a raccoon out during the day, it's almost always rabies. What if they're like dead on the road? Do they still find a way to hide? River otters are freaking terrifying. I remember seeing like a really big giant river otter. They were like yapping back and forth with like a leopard. You know, like the African leopards that like kill alligators and shit and pull them out of the water and shit. I just remember it was so funny to see like these giant river otters like barking at this leopard to fuck off. And it was just like the leopard couldn't do anything to get them. It was great. Pick my favorite Dr. Seuss one for the ending. Oh yeah, you guys gotta remember them. I don't remember them. Am I a steak and potatoes man? Hell yeah, dude. Maybe with a sweet potato instead. I shouted up that we'd been trapped in the cave due to a rock slide and that we couldn't shift the rocks from inside the cave. He yelled back that he'd climb on. Down and see what he could do from the outside. You would think that this would have calmed Sarah and Ashley down, but no. They were still screaming at each other. Dude, I can't read worth fucking shit. You would think that this would have calmed Sarah and Ashley down, but no. They were still screaming at each other, trading slaps, and at one point, Sarah, yeah, the one who'd boned Ashley's man, grabbed a rock and was threatening to smack Ashley in the head with it. I heard noise above us, and then the sound of clattering rocks and masculine straining grunts. I don't know how to describe this any better than this. Imagine a mountain man doing a very strenuous activity. And if you select to read this story, please try doing this as a sound effect for me. Just me, though. Thank you. Finally, a medium-sized boulder popped into the cave and light came spilling in. The mountain man looked in, and now I could see that his beard was even bigger than I previously thought, and he also had one blind eye and somewhat of a scar, and goddamn if this dude wasn't the most badass man I'd ever seen in my life. It was almost terrifying. And then he got real scary. Ah, perfect. I found you girls. Time to do bad stuff to you. Absolutely boned. It's Liver King, old Liver King saving them. Hey girls, perfect timing. You can help me go kill Joe Rogan. Is Joe Rogan in here? Is he in this cave? Did Sarah bone your boyfriend, Joe Rogan? Okay, well, if you see your boyfriend Joe Rogan, I need to kill him. He said something bad, and I went and, to cope, I have to do a little bit of meth. It just makes me feel better. Yeah, he accuses the girl of being on Tren. I can't imagine, what Liver King's, family feels like, honestly. Just, watching... I don't know. Just watching their dad unfurl. And then he got real scary. Sarah and Ashley were still screaming at each other, and Sarah had that rock in her hand. It was like they hadn't even noticed the mountain man trying to rescue us. So he hollered. Folion screamed and yelled that if you gals don't shut your harpy yapping and quit disturbing the peace, then he'll skin all of us like the 500-pound black bear that he took down just last week, quote unquote. And I guess he saw the fear on my face as I turned to stare at him because he gave me a little wink and a smile and gestured towards his cock. Sorry. Okay. That wasn't in the story. I mean, it could be. Okay. Who the hell wrote that? Who wrote that? Did you guys write that in the thing? Fucking with me? You guys, don't change the lines. What the hell? You freaks. You absolute freaks, baby. Yeah. I guess he saw the fear on my face as I turned to stare at him, because he gave me a wink and a little smile and gestured to the other two who had finally shut up and stopped arguing. With the mountain man's help from the other side, we were able to clear enough of a gap into the rock slide to allow us to climb through. Sarah, the largest of the group, was last to come through, and I honestly can't blame Ashley for refusing to help her, so it fell to me and the mountain man. Sarah and Ashley were still staring daggers at each other. The mountain man, who said his name was Bob, told us that he was going to take off and to drive safe now and maybe drop by the local hospital to check on the scrapes and bruises we'd gotten, especially Ashley and Sarah in their little fight. Now, I just about begged the mountain man to ride with us. I genuinely, honestly didn't feel safe with Ashley and Sarah, especially since I was the driver. And if I fucking fight, they're gonna leave in the bloopers. I might leave that one in, actually. That's actually very tempting. Your songs are good. You want to hear it? Dude, oh, okay. Can I say something? And I might have seen it before, but, oh wait, you don't have anything on your channel for music. You gotta come in with your, like, channel with the music in it. Do you guys remember that one guy who said that he was like the Russian... He makes like Russian music, or I don't even know. Do you guys remember that guy? I feel like his profile picture was brown. It's very descriptive. But like he would come in and he had like some decent music. But then after the video, like the VOD of the live stream, the video on demand of the live stream, like went live, the video got copyright claimed because the music that he said was his was not his at all. It was like, his whole channel was just him uploading other people's shit. Like what the fuck? I was totally convinced for like a pretty long ongoing period of time that this dude was like a talented music maker, and he's just a fucking like liar who likes attention, I guess, which is so like maybe more cringe. Shit, where's my water? Where's my water? Can you get it? Can you go get my water upstairs? Thank you. Or come in here, that's fine. Or not come in here, whatever. Do fucking nothing. I don't care. Six, 7. Dude, I looked up what the 6-7 meme is. Talk about like the laziest, stupidest fucking meme ever. I hope it dies so fast. Because then the song, this like the doot doot song, like the doot doot rap song that it's like from. Holy shit, that song sucks. That song fucking mega sucks. It's mega shit and it mega stinks. Am I treating my maids like trash? Listen, I've got like 5 maids, all wearing sexy outfits round and about, and some of them aren't always doing something. But it's just weird. It's like the song sucks, the meme sucks, and I guess it's already dead because I don't see it anywhere, so thank Christ. I guess that makes sense. It's almost like that, like, because I mean, we're already like well past like post-ironic humor, right? Where like it just keeps sort of like eventually we've looped back towards like, Tom and Jerry sound effects at this point, which is fine. It's fun. Tom and Jerry was funny, but now it's like it's got to be just like so pain. I mean, I guess that's what cringe is, right? That's the point of cringe. Right. Cringe is funny. True, true, true. And maybe cringe is even funnier when you can convince a lot of people that it's actually good. Because then it's even funnier, the fact that someone would even care to know about it. I just about begged the mountain man to ride with us. I genuinely, honestly didn't feel safe with Ashley and Sarah, especially since I was the driver, and if a fight had broken out while I was trying to drive, I was so exhausted that I'm not sure that I could have kept the car on the road. I guess Bob sympathized with me because he eventually agreed, and even though he said he didn't like to go into town much, his one condition, though, was that I suck his cock. Alright. Sorry. Guys, don't put... Come on. Stop putting these little... The peanut gallery here is... Come on. His one condition... His one condition, though, was that he was riding shotgun with me. No way was he sitting in the back with either of those crazy chicks. Fair enough. If you can picture Sarah and Ashley's anger as being enough to scare the toughest-looking elderly mountain man I've ever met, and likely ever will meet, you can probably imagine how icy the environment was. We drove the hour or so into town and went to the small walk-in clinic to get checked out. It turned out that Ashley had some kind of infection that she'd gotten from a cut and was actually suffering from dehydration, so she had to stay overnight. I stayed with Ashley and Sarah to... 6-7. Guess what? 6-7. 7, 8, 9. Why did Tower 7 collapse? Because 7, 8, 9. Okay. I stayed with Ashley, and Sarah decided to take a bus back to the city. I think it was the last time they ever spoke. And as a funny epilogue, Ashley decided not to tell Tyler that she knew he'd cheated on her. Instead, she called him up and explained what had happened. A couple of hours later, he showed up at the hospital. It was me, Bob, and Tyler in the room with Ashley in the bed. She tried to climb out of the bed, and Tyler thought that she was going to hug him or something. But Bob knew different, though. He put a hand on Ashley's shoulder and told him that he had this. Wait, what? Durka. 'Cause 7. Oh, that's actually a great... Oh my god, that's the punchline. Why did Tower 7 collapse? 'Cause 7, 8, 9, 11. I guess it's just about your comedic timing and how you say it. But you can work with that. See, that's probably the joke that Jimmy Kimmel should have told. Probably would have had 2 jobs instead of losing the one. Losing the one. Too soon, I'm sorry. Oh, you got a question? You can ask anything you want. Ask the question. Oh my god. Greetings. What's up, Billy? Bob knew different, though. He put a hand on Ashley's shoulder and told him he had this. And then he walked up to Tyler, moved as if to shake his hand, and then gave him a backhand pimp slap. Oh, alright. What the fuck's going on? Bob knew different, though. He put a hand on Ashley's shoulder and told him he had this. And then he walked up to Tyler, moved as if to shake his hand, and then gave him a backhand pimp slap that was firm enough to undermine Tyler's masculinity, but not enough to do any damage. That's the kind of man Bob was, though. When Tyler looked stunned, Bob told him that maybe next time he'd think twice about treating a fine girl like Ashley the way he had. And I kid you not, Tyler's response was, "What are you, a nice guy? From Reddit?" Or no, it's not. Listen, you got a nice girl here. You better treat her right. If you break her heart, I break your legs. You understand? Wait, what's happening? Are we losing? Okay, never mind. What's up, Leon? We are so close to finishing. That's what he said. Be funny or make me laugh. You make me laugh, bro. You haven't said a single dang joke. You haven't written a joke. You haven't even said one. You haven't even farted. Like, that's the easiest joke you could do. Probably the funniest one. Just let out a nice ripper. You said your question. In Other Lily, was the Other Lily real, or was it like was it Lily Dream? Oh, I don't know. I didn't make the animation. It was who the heck was it? Somebody Romero, Dave Romero or something, right? So, and I think Dave Romero just like disappeared off the internet. You're smelling skunk? Dude, Justin, back in PA. Dude, everybody on the earth is smelling chicken butt skunk. But what is your interpretation? Do you think Lily was demoned? Do you think Lily was a spooky dream? Or was Lily the sister? What's up, Lucy? Welcome back. You're becoming pretty. Let's go, bro. That's really all we want in life, honestly. Look good, feel good. Did you check out Die Antword? I did not. No, I'm sorry. And I kid you not, Tyler's response was, "What time are you talking about?" And I think that's when Ashley finally decided enough was enough. And from the way Bob looked at Tyler, I think Tyler knew it too. He turned around, threw the flowers that he'd brought for Ashley in the trash, and we just never saw that fool again. The only way to stay in touch with Bob, who lived off the grid, was to give him my mailing address. I realized that in modern day it'd probably be considered a bad idea to give a wild mountain man your home address, but Bob actually sent me a Christmas card every year for the next 8 years. Eventually, I received a letter from Bob's grandson, who sadly informed me that he'd passed away, but that Bob kept daily journals and an address book, and I was marked in there as highly important as a person to send a Christmas card to, which touched my heart in ways I can't even begin to express. The only way for this story to become more of a fairy tale is if Bob's grandson, who wrote me and was around the same age as me, had met up with me in the city and we'd hit it off and eventually become a couple. But I guess I'll just leave it to you guys to decide whether that part actually happened, as it's probably too far-fetched to be true, so I'm not going to confirm either way. But I will let you know one thing. My firstborn son, who's a teenager now, is called Robert, and he has a strong love for the outdoors. I mean, your low-budget top 10 scary stories, but the story with Sarah with the long demon and took the kid and killed the mom, that one scared me. Oh yeah, that was a good one. Classics. Absolute freaking classics. I mean, definitely some of the most viewed videos on my channels are the animations for sure. Faux show. Yeah, we've been streaming for 5 hours officially here, but let's read the outro and get out of here, shall we? You remember when you buy a bottle of soda and you could check the cap to see if you want a free soda? I miss those days. Dude, I was literally just thinking about that the other day, that every time I open a soda, the fact that I don't get some sort of gambling experience with it to like win something is so sad. Even if it's just to like have like a funny thing on it that says "fuck you," you know. Or even like if I open it, it was like, I owe them money now. Alright, what do we say funny at the end, guys? What's like a hilarious, uplifting degree of levity that would just absolutely make all these horrible stories totally worth it, because now you're good to go. Remember McDonald's did Monopoly? Dude, I do. And I remember those Monopoly things were just so, I don't know, it was just like so obnoxious. Because you had to peel off the fries, peel off the soda, you had to like hang on to all of them or something. Remember, the show is total butt. Remember, we could get a free Tootsie Pop if it was a bow and arrow with a star. I don't remember that shit. That sounds sick. Oh, like the wrapper. Nice. Damn, bring that shit back. They're gonna do Monopoly again. Why don't they do it every year, those cheap bastards? We don't always want to buy their stupid Grimace shake. Hey guys, I made us something purple. It's purple. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams every Sunday and Wednesday night. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over to my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel that's popping off. It's called Saturn Soul. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, you ruined it! You ruined it! Don't let Dr. Sus steal your innards. I like that. That's good. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, don't let Dr. Sus steal your innards. So the Russian singer, he's a world-famous opera singer. His name is Vitas. If I can share a link, I would use absolutely his voice is so beautiful. I've heard Vitas. I remember there was a very famous, it was like, or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? Remember that guy? That song fucking rocks. I hope he's still alive. I feel like he died though, you know? Just one of those kind of like angels that come and go, like a shooting star. I'm always so pretty right before going to bed, but so ugly during the day. Maybe it's like the skunk spray has like, it kind of gets into the mind, like the nasals and then the mind. Just kidding. You're pretty all the time, guys. All of you. You're all pretty. You just need to hit the gym, eat whole foods, drink more water, sleep 8 hours, 7 to 8 hours a night. Fucking decrease your stress. Remove toxic people from your existence. This is all advice for Navy SEALs. Alright. Well, hugs and kisses, everyone. I hope you had a good time tonight. I know I did. I'm gonna go hunt for a skunk. I'm gonna go skunking. But love you, appreciate you. If you want early access to this audio, I'm gonna edit it, get it over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there. And yeah, we'll get it up on YouTube, same time, same place. It really helps when you watch it right when it comes out. Hit that notification bell. 9 p.m. EST tonight, Thursday, every Monday, Thursday, and we'll be back streaming. Actually, we won't be back streaming this Sunday because it's a compilation thing, and then Monday I'm going to be going to a Baltimore Ravens football game. So if anybody wants to go see Baltimore Ravens, look for me there. Yeah. And then, be following my Instagram at letsread.official. Be kept up to date when I go live. No stream until next Wednesday. It might be, unless I stream like this Saturday, but I can't guarantee anything just because sometimes I just don't. Yeah, Naderator, how's the Ducks doing? Are they doing good? I saw, after you talked about them, I watched some highlights from week 1, and their offense looked really, really explosive. Same with Ohio State. Like, I could totally see Oregon and Ohio State being in the national championship for show. 7 days, that is a long time to wait around, but hey, at least my videos be going up. But yeah, go subscribe to Saturn Soul, guys. Love you, appreciate you. Have a great one. Goodbye.